Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, April the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, please. A couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Okay, guys, so what is happening today? Take a look at HPQ. HPQ, Mr. Buffett has announced a 11% stake in HPQ. So that is a big pot for these guys. 1 billion in the float, up 11%. 2.9 million have traded so far. So those of you looking for longer term trades, you want to follow Buffett, you can do what he did. And MNTS. Now something's gone haywire with my IB headline news, guys. I don't know if it's the same for you. Anybody with IB? It seems to be stuck at yesterday. I'm not getting anything new for today, so I'm at a bit of a loss to know why some of these things are moving. MNTS though is up a lot, 32%. Huge volume, 14 million. I just don't see any news. I'm checking our news. They signed so they signed a launch agreement with SpaceX. So that is the reason. Okay, that is the reason for MNTS being up. MDVL. Now this was up. I think it came right back down. MDVL. Yeah, so this was up after hours, got up to 150, 160, excuse me. It's back down to 110 now. I do see the news from yesterday on it, what happened, and it happened after the market closed, and that's why this is up after hours. And I guess a upgrade by Cowan. Vapo, VAPO. I did see some news on this one. VAPO, a downgrade by Piper Sandler with an $8 price target. Again, this is from yesterday, though. This is from yesterday, but the news came in late in the afternoon, and that caused that, I suppose. ERYP. ERYP is a gap up. And I'm seeing this because this happened after hours, okay? I'm not seeing any headlines for me in Interactive Brokers for today. But anyway, this happened after hours. So they phase 2 positive results. And this is not shortable for me. This is a classic one to short, but it's not shortable for me. SST, let's see if it's holding its gains. This, of course, was a super active one after, became it went from SPAC to being SST. 2 days ago, it hit $38. So again, there's no specific news on it. I don't think it's just, one of those trading stocks. IRNT, I believe this is an earnings play. IRNT, yeah, so this is an earnings play. So a gap down after earnings. You can see, yeah, this is after hours yesterday. So a gap down, and the gap continues down, almost an all-time low. This could turn into one of those all-time lows that I really love to see what happens. See what happens is for sure it would obviously it's a 10-day daily breakdown, and whether or not it makes my 10-day daily breakdown a gap scan, we'll have to see. HTGM. HTGM is gapped up, but it's come back, yeah, quite a bit. And again, this news hit after hours. You can see it hit after hours. So I do have that headline. And after the company announced that it has harmonized its Myrna, Whole, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, so there was some news after hours for HTGM, hence the gap. APTX, APTX. I think this is an after hours play also. Yeah, look what happened. No, this happened this morning, and I guess I had to check our news. It looks like it's a phase 2B gap on phase 2B, a gap down, so obviously negative data. SBFM, still active, guys, still active. What did it get up to yesterday? Got up to almost $8 yesterday. Did pull back, but it's still super active cancer play. Rad, holy smokes, look at Rad. I don't think this is an earnings play. It looks like they have earnings on the 14th. Make sure they didn't release early. Yeah, I don't see any news, but big gap down for Rad. Again, I don't see, because I can't check, I just don't see the news. That's a big gap down. From yesterday, this was one of the meme stocks yesterday that soared in the pre-market and then gave it up most of the day, trying to come back a little bit again. You know, look what it did though. I mean, hope nobody got trapped in this one. It got up to 1636 and closed way down here at 10. Just a meme stock. $1 target. Wow. Okay, thank you. So just again, those of you with IB, are you getting headlines, current headlines? My headlines are stuck yesterday afternoon. I just want to make sure. Sometimes in Canada, I know sometimes we've had data problems with headlines. Just want to know if it's widespread. Seed, again, I don't know why, but Seed did pop up all the way up to 982, gave up $1 already. See if there's any news, see if our news has anything. Yeah, so interesting. So our news, okay, I'm going to rely on a little bit more on our news. So they signed a purchase agreement for 50,000 metric tons of its nutritionally enhanced corn. Okay, so that was the news for Seed. So it must be just so your IB news is okay for you. Interesting. I'll have to ask others in Canada who have IB. Give me a moment here. So this is what I'm talking about. You see, I'm stuck here. I don't get I am getting nothing, not just for Seed, but for everything. That's what I mean. I'm just stuck. I'm getting some after hours action, but nothing, nothing today. CNDT again. Maybe our service has got it. Maybe our news has got it. CNDT. Conduit to pursue separation of transportation business. So maybe that's the reason why this is gapped up. CNDT. Okay, thank you, Jungle Jim. Yeah, so it's a Canadian deal with IB. Okay, just wanted to make sure it's nothing specific to me. We've had that before. Sometimes, you know, you guys might remember when you clicked on a headline, it would say data not displayed. That happened, and they were aware of it. They were aware in Canada. Okay, I won't dwell on it then. You know, they'll fix it, I guess, at some point. RKT Rocket, the rocket companies. No, when they did their IPO, I thought this was a can't miss. You know, so many ads on TV for years it seemed about Rocket. It just seemed like a can't miss. You know, and at one point, yeah, but this was a meme day almost when it got up to 42. You know, and it came right back down. I mean, it was a mildly successful IPO. It did get up to 33, but then look at this since then, just absolutely crushed. So yeah, I mean, it's not. It's almost an all-time low. Yes. All right, 9/11. Let me see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And they've been heavily weighted to the downgrades over the last few days, and it's still continuing, not quite as many, and a few more upgrades. What I'm looking for, see if there's any, first of all, if there are any upgrades by Goldman or multiple upgrades, same stock being upgraded by various firms. Just looking to see if that's happening. I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see any multiple upgrades, so I'll just get rid of this one and now get the downgrades and the same idea. See if there's multiple downgrades. I see the downgrade by Deutsche Bank. I don't see a $1 price target. Man, the downgrade for RAD. I see the downgrade for VAPO. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Guys, keep an eye on this. There's no volume. Excuse me. There's no volume yet for this ICVX. At least there wasn't. Yeah, there's no volume for this ICVX. I mentioned this one yesterday as a potential because of the gap fill, but the potential gap fill. Again, there's no volume. Okay, only 1,800 shares. But I noticed this one yesterday. It had a nice little day yesterday. If you look left, the high was 789 right there. So I had a big drop. I believe that was an earnings play, March 30th. So that was an earnings play, drop down in earnings, but it's been recovering ever since. And now it is above that high, which is 789. Again, I understand there's no volume yet. It closed yesterday just underneath that at 763. So let's just wait and see what happens when the market opens, because I mean, obviously there's a huge gap to fill potentially. I'm not saying just because we look left and we see the next high is up here at 1346. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but you know, traders like to see this. I know as a trader, I like to see this sort of a potential gap fill. So But again, no volume, but just keep it on your radar. RCVX. Yeah, I didn't. I don't think I mentioned the iMac. iMac. Yeah, I got up to 317. Again, I don't see any news for it from IB. Let me see. Completes the Walmart pilot program, affirms commitment to growth. Okay, but that just got up and down. So any good drone stocks? I read some news this morning that I guess some places in Texas with Amazon and Google, etc., they are actually going to be now doing some drone drops at selected areas. I guess what happens is they hover, they go about 150 feet up, go to your address, and then they cable it down to you. Don't know, Robert. You don't have both rooms open, do you? You're not in our YouTube room also? Other than that, I don't know how you get, unless everybody's telling me there's an echo. I don't know how you can get rid of the echo. And you should not be getting, are you talking about you turned off your background music? There is no background music that I'm piping in, so not sure how I can help you. That's right, UAVS, that's right, UAVS, remember that one? If there's any action with it. Why do I see yesterday's chat? Well, there's a new one. You shouldn't. You guys are challenging me this morning. All right, just looking to see if anything is sneaking in to the up to my actives up or down. Some volume for this TISI, TISI. I haven't seen this one for a while. A few months ago, this was up at $10. Well, about a year ago, I guess. TISI, for whatever reason, now it is through the 200-day moving average. Through the 200-day moving average. So Peter, what do you mean by where is the market activity in the pre-market? What do you mean by that exactly? Are you talking about, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Because all you have to do is just take a look either at our channel, the pre-market channel, or take mine, the ones that I use, which is right here. No, this SBFM on the move, guys. Almost at yesterday's high now. Of course, this is a big cancer drug. Big pop 2 days ago. Had a nice little run again yesterday. Almost got up to 8. So Peter, I don't know if you're talking about, this is what I do now around 10 minutes before the market opens. I just take a look at our doc channel bar, and then I take a look at the sectors. I mean, what I've been describing are the individual stocks that are moving either up or down. So these are the major sectors, guys, in case you're unaware of what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, this is the main energy sector ETF. All right. When you see 85%, that means that the stocks that make up XLE, 85% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means. Okay. Now we're in for at one point, we're in for a modest open. So right now we're in for just well, basically flat. So there's other than energy. I mean, you look at tech, 35% of them are up from yesterday's close. Communications, 26%, et cetera. So there's no, other than energy, there was no sector that's just sort of jumping out at you saying, buy me, buy me. Okay. Now, of course, this can all change 15 to 30 minutes from now. We can look at this and everything could be different, especially if the market, has some kind of a pop. But at the beginning, this is at what time? 8 o'clock, the market was modestly positive, but it's starting to give it up. And of course, we've had two pretty bleak days. So we'll have to see what happens today. Okay, so Anthony, I am sharing all my scans that I'm sharing. I had a question about where can they find my settings, scans, etc. So if you go to my homepage, this is for anybody else, of course. So if you click on my homepage link, you will see this. Okay, so here is the scan section. So all the scans that I'm sharing are here, including, that pre-market actives up and down right here. This is going to my go-to. I do use the gap up and down. Also, I do have this up running in the pre-market also, but this is really, these two here are what really helps me zero in on what may move once the market opens. Okay, obviously there's no guarantee. But I have a lot of other scans that, the Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. You'll hear me talk about that one. I don't have all these loaded. Don't get me wrong. Like these are just scans that I've created, in the past. I don't have them all up and running. That would be crazy. But I've created different scans, different types of trading styles. You might see something that you like, so you can take a look at it. Now, the problem with YouTube is that I don't think, it just, I'm going to try it. I don't know if I can do it. It's the copying and pasting in YouTube is really awful. So let me just see though if I can and see what happens. It's probably going to look horrible because this is in the main room. This is what I put in the main room. Yeah, you see, it's just not going to, yeah, it's just not going to paste, guys, So what they see in the main room, what I call the main room, is, these are the pre-market movers. Trade ideas, pre-market actives, and this is what we go over. I start talking around 9 o'clock, and this is what we go over. Some of the ones that have been moving in the pre-market. Can't paste it. Can't paste it. Yeah, it's not okay, Anthony. You have to click on my link. It's not on the Trade Ideas homepage. Nothing to do with Trade Ideas homepage. Okay. Okay. If you just sandwich between your two posts, you'll see my homepage link. Just click on that. It's not on the Trade Ideas. Can you not see this? You're posting right there. Okay. You asked where do I find? I posted the link right there, and then you've posted right here. Can you not see this? And there's the link right there. This is an issue, guys. I've tried to post some. Just give me a moment here. See if I can get rid of this. Okay, good. I'm sorry, guys. Just give me a moment here. I'm having trouble getting rid of something I posted in YouTube, and you don't see. Well, you don't see, really? How come? Let me see if I can post. Test. There I am. So I don't understand why you can't see them. I'm posting. Whoops. Just time is it? 9:26. I got time. All right. So here is my homepage again. All right. You know what's happening? It doesn't look like this is clickable or something. What's going on here? It definitely was. Been doing this for a while now, and tell me, just give me a moment, okay? Are these links not clickable? Maybe you're going to have to copy. You're going to have to copy and paste the link or something. I don't know why they don't appear to be clickable today for some reason. You might have to copy the link into your browser or come into the main room. Okay. I mean, YouTube is there. It's okay, but the main room is way better, so you can come into the main trading room. So much easier for me to hand out links. I'm just going to type that in. Okay. Again, you might have to copy that. I don't know why something's happening in YouTube in copying these links in there. They're not clickable for some reason, or they don't appear to be. Yeah, there's always going to be a delay. It's always going to be a delay in YouTube, about a 10-second, 8 to 10 second delay. Nothing I can do about that. That's just the way it is. All right, guys. Where's William? He's not telling me that it's less than a minute for till the open. So we do have less than a minute to the open, and I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. But let's have a great trading day, everybody, and see what happens. Yeah, I apologize, Anthony. This shouldn't be this hard, and we'll have to figure that out because copying, I have to be able to copy links into YouTube, and if you can't click on them, then there's something going on. I know you guys can't copy, put links in. But anyway, let's get ready, guys. We got 3, 2, 1, 0. Blast off. Here we go. All right, MNTS, giving it up a little bit here. Not getting too many alerts. This is interesting. Not getting too many alerts. Usually it's way more active on the market open. Not getting too many alerts. IQ moving down. China. Take a look at China stocks. KWEB. KWEB. So KWEB is negative right now. This Miss Fresh has been super active, guys. MF. Miss Fresh. MF has been active. And it is still active. It's had a great 4-day run. I mean, man, oh man. It's a dollar. It was a dollar 5 days ago. This was a 89-cent stock. So it is basically doubled. All right, so this MDVL, which after hours had a huge pop, 159, gave most of that up. It is starting to come back though. Another low float, 25 million in the float. Lots of volume already. Look at that relative volume. There's MDVL. Again, I don't have any news on that. All I see is a $2 price target from Cowen, and that was yesterday. Okay, so that hit yesterday. All right, there's the pop, guys, for SST. SST alive here, lots of volume coming in. Relatively low float, 36 million in the float, but it's early. You know, I typically do not trade in the first 15. Why? Because you see stuff like this. You see big topping tails, you see bottoming tails. You can get whipped out of positions really quickly in the first 15. That's just my style. And yes, I will miss the ones that just keep moving right from the beginning. And I'm prepared for that. Well, there's RBLX, guys. RBLX is on the move here. RBLX. Didn't see this one really in the pre-market. I see after hours yesterday, Citi initiated coverage after hours. Okay, give me a moment. And we have our first halt of the day, DC. Probably halted on the way down, yeah. So DC was well, they started trading as DC 2 days ago. Now this is moving down. Ooh, this is shortable too. Ooh, that I have no idea, blue collar. If you're getting data that's got updating the data agreements will have nothing. If you're getting data right now, then your agreements are fine. Okay. You might have to go, I won't be able to help you. Okay. So you probably are going to have to go to our homepage and ask that question. A lot of times it might be because you've got something else open, but that's a new one on me. Okay. You'll have to go to our homepage. I really can't help you. It may look like you've got another version of, yeah, I can't really help you. But if you're getting data otherwise, then your data agreements are fine. All right, HIMX. HIMX just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. HIMX just showed up. And of course, it's not a lifetime low, but let's take a look at it. Let's see if there's, so it's at 981. So looking left on the monthly chart, 948. Ah, man, I wish this weren't here. I wish this were a straight shot down to here, about $7. I mean, it may still drop. Um, this is a Taiwan stock. So probably dropping like a lot of the China stocks. Market's putting a little bit of a pop to start. So I don't love the fact that it's got maybe some support not that far away on the monthly chart for HIMX. Morning, real. All right, DDL. This is shortable for me. This has been a super active one the last 2 days. This one climbed like this when really the rest of the China stocks were sinking. Held its own yesterday, and it's kind of holding its own still. I mean, I know there's a big move down here, but SBFM guys, boy, it looks like it's going to try to take out yesterday's high. SBFM, yesterday's high. I'm going to stick an alert at 8. It'll be an all-time high there. It'll just keep, yeah, I mean, that's at 95%, so it'll be an all-time high if it does take that out. And again, this is a cancer play. Big, big pop 2 days ago. Remember, this was at $2, closed around 230 or so 2 days ago, and got up to 680. All right, so the CNDT, which, let's see, I couldn't see any, again, news on it. Maybe I have to go here. Wants to sell off or spin off transportation business. Okay, so that is, I guess, the news for CNDT. All right, so you want to short the China stocks, but you don't want to short, you can buy Yang. All right, again, my little semi-fixation on this ALLG, just kind of hanging around. No volume yet. ALLG. All right, guys, again, the China stocks. Here's another one, LU. Boy, this has got some room underneath, I believe. Let's take a look left. 520 is the low. Actually, 520 is the next low looking left. So, but boy, if you go 520, the next low is around 430. But this is, of course, predicated on China, most of the China stocks moving down. So Agri, a little bit whippy in the first 15 minutes, but I know Shady was talking about, I think going long around 360 or so. Did move back down to 340. But it is pretty whippy in the first 15 minutes, like a lot of stocks. All right, uranium hot, I guess. Uranium hot. This is the ETF for uranium, URA. Nice little pop. Let's take a look at CCJ. Cameco, yeah, there's Cameco. So uranium plays right now are obviously looking hot. Meanwhile, RAD with that $1 downgrade. And RAD showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. So this is obviously more interesting. We've had a $1 downgrade or a price target of $1 put on RAD. And it is obviously an all-time low now. How is HPQ doing after that big disclosure that Buffett owns 11%? Yeah, look at that. So it was drifting down a little bit in pre-market, and now look at this. It's a big float, 1 billion. That's a big percentage move for a stock that has a billion in the float. So again, this is not a recommendation or anything like that, but hey, if you want to follow Buffett, it's almost an all-time high. HPQ almost an all-time high. Of course, he has a slightly longer term view on things. All right, the HIMX, man, if it takes out this area, well, it's a long ways to go though. I'm just looking at that monthly chart. I just wish all of this weren't here. I wish it, again, as I said, I wish it were more of a clean shot all the way down to that 7 level. See if there's, again, see if there's any news if I can find it. So you guys are on your own in terms of finding news. As I said, for Canada anyway, the IB headline news are stuck at yesterday. So I can't really check out any news, and if I don't see any news here, then I really don't have another way to check. Boy, here's another one just in disarray. Look at this Sophie SOFI. Wow. I mean, almost an all-time low. So much for the Super Bowl exposure. SOFI. You guys were talking about Howl, HOWL. That's a low float, 13 million in the float. Okay, so they've got to deal with Jazz. Okay, so they've got to deal with Jazz. Our news is not too bad today. I mean, I can't. Ah, wait a minute. We're starting to get some. Okay, I did get a headline now at 7:02 for this one. So maybe we're back to normal. So we're receiving a $15 million upfront payment, okay, from Jazz. So that is the news for Howell. Potential, 1.26 billion way down the road if it achieves certain milestones. So that is the news for Howell. I mean, I may be wrong about the HIMX guys. I mean, it may just, blast right through this, but it didn't have enough room for me to really want to take this trade, this short, but it's working. I mean, it's working a little bit as a scalp anyway. The alert was at 981, 972 now. I'm more interested in the RAD. And my Bluetooth just disappeared again. Reconnect. There we go. Seed is still pretty strong here, guys. Seed, SEED, still pretty strong. Choppy, I mean, look, the big topping tail up here, 959, gets all the way down to 823. I mean, these are big, big swings. So I don't like trading the first 15, I mean, you get these massive swings. All right, MNTS now. MNTS over 4 again for about the fourth time. Over 4 now. This is a deal with SpaceX, okay? This is the reason. So the pop. I'm finally getting my IB news now. Keep an eye on the MNTS guys. The MNTS, the longer it holds over 4. What's the float? It's not a low float, 50 million. The longer it holds over 4, and the magnet could be this the pre-market highs at around 450. Here's another one. No real action in the pre-market. TRVI, but look at the action now. TRVI, 11.8 million in the float, so it's a low float situation. TRVI soaring here. However, 264 is the next high looking left. So 248 and 264 and 280. So we could have some difficulty getting through that 250 mark. And again, see if there's any news. So they raised $55 million at the market, private placement at the market. No, I don't think Zach is, I don't think there's anything to do with what happened yesterday. It wasn't directed at Zach. Well, come on, Rad, do something. I'm really liking the Rad guys on this short because obviously it's an all-time low. There's a big $1 price target put on it. So that is sort of the eye-catching headline. Now look at Box here, guys. Box. So Box has some room, maybe. Let's take a look left on the weekly, on the daily chart, 2874. It's got a little bit of room. Box has a little bit of room. Just looking to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see. Well, I thought that was more about Shady, but anyway, he'll be back. Okay, guys, the MNTS. The MNTS, the longer it holds over 4. And seed, guys, seed. Look at this one ripping here now. Seed is ripping. I'm not in this one, but seed is ripping and getting closer to that 10 level. The Russell IWM, I know that you've been talking about this one for a while now. Yeah. Well, this is definitely going to trade the float. This MNTS, 50 million in the float, 41, almost 42 million have traded already. The longer it holds over 4. If we just get some, well, we got the volume coming in, of course, but pre-market highs could be the magnet, 450. Yeah, what sort of room does it have if it can? So there it is. I mean, you can see 2 months ago, that was the high, 450. After that, all right, 437. So boy, if it takes out that 450, just look at that monthly chart. Takes out that 450. You know, it's assuming it can break out, keep breaking out here. I mean, it's up 39%. So I mean, it's already had a huge pop. SBFM, guys, SBFM. Boy, oh boy, it takes out that high of yesterday. Look out. I mean, this is really okay. Rad looks poised again. We had the alert at 660. This is what I'm talking about right here. The alert at 660. This is on a short. We had the alert on seed 958. And what did it get to? Got up to, see, it's, got up to 980. So it would have been a quick one, but Boy, the SBFM guys, the SBFM is looking poised to take out that high of yesterday. Again, it has no resistance, of course. It's oh, brother. Okay, this looks like, wow, I thought it was going to get halted, actually. SBFM. Moment here, okay? Give me a moment here. All right, guys. So RAD, I mean, it's just hanging around that alert price. That SBFM, guys. I mean, I can't tell you to take these trades, but I mean SBFM. I mean, this looks. I mean, again, there's no obviously no resistance. It's an all-time high. But because of that float, 3.9 million in the float, if you're in this one, do not leave your computer. Okay? Don't leave your computer unattended. It's like a child. Don't leave it unattended. Okay? Seriously. All right, rad. Breaking down a little bit. Yeah, so well, it's an all-time high. I mean, it started. Look, I don't know the deal with SBFM. I don't know what it was. Somebody said it was a pink sheet stock before, but you know, we've got it as an all-time high. So, all right, we've got a bit of a lagging issue here. Why is that happening on my monthly chart? I'm on a development build. Let me see if that's happening with other stocks. And again, I kept mentioning about the MNTS. The longer it holds for, so I mean, if you're listening to me, you can kind of get a sense of what I look for. I mean, the longer it holds for, and this could be, I keep seeing this could be the magnet. All right, at 452. If it can take off at that 450, I mean, man, it's got a ton of room. You know, looking left, and it's The news was about something with SpaceX, Elon and SpaceX. So, again, eye-catching news. All right, rad. I don't know what's going to give me, but meanwhile, Vapo, what is Vapo doing? Vapo is getting close to an all-time low, and this is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown also. And so at one point, Piper had this as a $23 price target, and they've cut it to $8. Thanks. And they're guiding, okay? So they don't, it appears that they don't release earnings until the 4th of May, but they're guiding, they're warning people right now, it's not going to be good. Gosh, look how whippy that seed is. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Very difficult to trade, in my opinion. Are you talking about the same stock, Craig? Vapo? Or you typed in the wrong numbers? Wow, look at this BRCC, guys. Now this is almost another all-time high. The all-time high is over here at 29.20. It's getting closer. Again, a super active stock, of course. This has been a great, I guess this was a SPAC that turned into BRCC, I believe. And this has been beautiful. I mean, we don't see too many of these in this market. So I don't really have a price target for RAD because I mean there's no support, of course. It's an all-time low. Just going to keep monitoring it. I'm in at that 660, so nothing fantastic yet, but on the short, of course. Oh man, SBFM guys. I mean, I don't know where this is going. It's been there's that high over here, SBFM. Boom, another little boom for it. It's choppy. I mean, you again, do not leave your computer. I command you, if you're in this one, don't leave, okay? You cannot leave. Great. We're starting to get some nice ones from the 10-day daily breakdown. Now here's Levi. Levi is an earnings play. Didn't see it at all in the pre-market, really. I don't think it really didn't do, well, it did stuff in the pre-market, but actually it popped up. But Levi is on the way down. All right. So what did I just say? cannot leave your computer. I mean, look how choppy. I mean, that got all the way up to 850 and it just, so, I'm saying this is not for new traders really, but I've got to bring it up. There are traders in the room that will look at stuff like this. So, but I just want to keep warning people, you cannot walk away. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. Again, the MNTS. Can it take out that 450? Right up here. There's your, I call it a magnet, okay? I mean, obviously that's not a technical term or a stock trading term. I just call this maybe a magnet, for the price to be drawn close to the pre-market high. All right, I'm going to give you here. This is a link, Always Sunny, okay? So the Brokerage Plus link, if you there's a two videos in that link. There's the short video shows you how you link with IB, okay? Okay. Just a minute. Chloe, don't go. There you go. Where are you, legal? Okay. Okay, back to noise canceling. All right, guys. So I am looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing anything too interesting. I've actually taken some of them off, so I don't know what things like GME are doing. Let's take a look at GME just for fun, see what GME is doing. Whoa, GME. I actually thought it might have popped up. Again, every time we try to write this one off, it does something crazy. They come back, but boy, this looks bad. It's almost a green bar ignored. And rad, guys, rad, rad, rad. Okay, now it's giving me a nice little percentage move. RAD. Well, this is a big level. The low yesterday was 149.70, so it's below that. The low here is 151. Next low is 138. I mean, every time we write this off, though, it does something stupid. So is that the 200 also? 162.90. Not, are you sure? We have 162, 163 is the 200 day. Are you talking? Oh, EMA. Who uses EMA, Craig? Come on. I don't know seriously, I don't know anybody who uses, other than you, and maybe one other person in the room, that uses the 200 EMA. All right, looking at some of Zach's bottoming plays. I don't usually look at them too much in the morning, but this one showed up yesterday also, love, LUV. But with the market doing this, I'd be a little reluctant right now. Wow, GME is really getting it up now, guys. GME, is there any specific news? Let me just see if there's any specific news on it. Come on, Rod, get into the 30s. It is picked up. I don't know if it's completely up to date. It looks like it's up to date now, Petro. It's about, I noticed about, I don't know, half an hour ago, it started to pick up. I was getting this morning, maybe a little bit delayed, but it looks like it's picked up. Now I'm seeing, that news. Imagine that Deutsche Bank cutting it from 16 to 1. 16 to 1. What a headline. And that's for the Rite Aid, RAD. Yes, King, you cannot just walk away and be a millionaire when you come back with the SPFM. Most stocks, but certainly those low float stocks. Give me a moment here, guys. All right. Watching SBFM again, this was just a quick hitter for me uh, when it took out that high of yesterday. Okay. Quick hitter. But I'm going to continue to watch it. I mean, it's got no real resistance other than today's high. Good grief, guys. I mean, GME is just getting trashed now. The memers, maybe all the memers are getting hit. Here's Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. I'm sure AMC is probably doing the same thing. Yeah, so they're all being hit. As Zach points out, the refunds that went into tax refunds or whatever went in, they're all gone now. I mean, he jokes about it, but hey, I wouldn't surprise me. All right, guys, now keep an eye on this ICVX. Let me see if there's any volume yet, really. Yeah, I mean, it's picking up 130,000 shares. Again, it's just a matter of, I mean, can it hold 8 and then really start to fill this void? And that is the ICVX. I mean, it's just got a massive void to fill. The high is 1346. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting to 1346. It may stop at 811 and go down to 0. I mean, I don't know. All I'm saying is I'd like to see charts that look like this. Just give me one moment, please. Oh, I know Sanchez, I know that there's not much volume. I get it, okay? So this is more almost like a potential swing, okay? Almost. It had the bad news out of the way. And this is not a recommendation. I'm just pointing out an idea. Well, guys, what did Levi do? 853, so they kind of popped a little bit. All right, guys, I did cover some right around that 639 mark for the RAD from 660. Wow, this is fascinating to watch this GME. I mean, this is a big sell-off. It's the volume, like not a lot of volume. It's funny you mentioned Rite Aid. I mean, we don't have Rite Aids in Canada, but I remember a few years ago, went down to Bellingham, which is very close to Vancouver, just just a little across the border, and we went into a Rite Aid. It was beautiful, absolutely brand spanking new, and not a soul in there. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, it's out of my hands now on the Emma. You know what? I'm going to ask Dave Mave. We're getting more calls for it, and I'm going to ask him about it. Really? I didn't. You're not a foreigner, real? Do we consider U.S. people foreigners? I guess we do. I'm kidding, of course. I know they put a big tax on a while ago, a couple of years ago, but I didn't think they were banning sales. That can't be. That can't be. I refuse to believe that. I think you're kidding. All right, I put the feeler out again for that MFI. Michael, yeah, I was fortunate, real, to get into something well many years ago. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be a new buyer now, though. All right, so Vapo, let's see now. Take a look at Vapo. This is on that 10-day daily breakdown also. And looking left, so that's not an issue. 686 on the monthly chart. So there doesn't appear to be too much support for this one at all. Not any near-term support for Vapo either. Really? I can't see how that's going to fly. I don't see that flying, but hey, I can see maybe it flying if it's just as a so-called quote unquote investment. But I think if you're going to live there, anyway, I doubt very much that'll ever happen. But yeah, look at JetBlue. So JetBlue, JBLU. So what are oil prices doing? Oil surging or something? No, I mean, wow, WTI, I didn't realize it under 100. Brent's right around 100 at 101. So oil prices not soaring, but what are the airliners doing? Jets, JETS. So, hmm, trying to get a handle on this. Usually you see this when oil prices are really, ripping higher. So not sure what's happening here with the airlines. All right, guys, SBFM is trying again. I'm not in this right now, but if it takes out this high right there and just zips higher. Wow, this is, I mean, the volume's coming in again, and I'm not in this right. So the C stocks have been very active this morning. I don't think to me, in my opinion anyway, tough to trade, very tough to trade, but here's Y10. Some volume coming into Y10, but I've just found them very tough to trade, so I've sort of shied away from them. Just a little too whippy for my style. Well, what to say, guys? SBFM. Where can it possibly go? We don't know. I mean, it's an all-time high. We don't know where this is going. We always talk about looking left to see where the next highs are, where a stock could stall. But of course, in this particular case, there aren't any. So, difficult to know where it could go. I'm sure you guys who look at fibs and all that, you can maybe do a more of a prediction using fibs. But yeah, I mean, this is just, I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, it's a cancer drug. I don't know if they can ever develop it. It's the type of company, of course, you want to cheer on if in fact something can come out of it. But it's obviously super, super early. Yeah, I'm going to chime in on that one too. I don't think they're lazy at all. Brutal hours sometimes. I mean, you don't have a life. So I don't consider them lazy at all. Yeah, I mean, obviously you get like in any industry, you're going to get lazy ones, you're going to get non-lazy ones, but on mass, I don't see that at all. But anyway, wow, rat. How much further? I mean, I've taken some out at that 639 mark. Whew. EXPI, what are you doing? This is not an all-time low, but boy, look at underneath here. Look at the monthly chart. Is there any support? 1763, that low, 20, that low. So 1763 is the next low looking. So it's a little bit close. And we have another, wow, the IMTE, what are you doing? IMTE got halted several times. It's halted again. Got halted on the way down, I guess, and now it's halted on the way up. IMTE, another one that you just, if you ever got into this one, you cannot wander away. And Howell, boy, that news earlier, boy, nice spot by somebody. I can't remember who spotted it early. Now, of course, now I am seeing the headlines with a $15 million upfront. And that is with Jazz, J-A-Z-Z, J-A-Z-Z. But I think I had a downgrade yesterday. Something's going on with this 15-minute chart. I've noticed that for some reason, the 15-minute chart doesn't want to load quickly. I don't know why. Maybe you have to replace it. All right, guys, 10:33. So let's take a look. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. Now, for those of you in YouTube, I don't know how this link is working, which is not good. What I like to do is put in my homepage link. It just doesn't look like it's clickable. So in YouTube, you're going to have to copy that link and put it in a browser. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not clickable right now. Has YouTube changed something, or I should be able to? Yeah. Anyway, so if you click on my link, my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Yeah, give me a moment. All right, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. This will give you an idea about how much it costs. We have an annual monthly premium standard, okay? So the annual premium, 2,000 less the 15%, standard 1,000 less the 15%. Big difference is the AI. I'm seeing a couple here. I mean, this could be interesting, going forward, HPQ. Because again, with the 11% disclosure, or the disclosure that Buffett has 11% or bought 11% of HPQ. So this is almost an all-time high. So going forward, he's obviously, he's been a relatively successful individual investing wise. So anyway, that's one of the ones from the AI this morning. And that's the big, that's the big reason why people will take a look at our premium service. But do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product, okay? You can try us out. We have standard premium, 118, 228, less the 15%. That's for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But you can always upgrade later if you want. Okay, and we'll honor the 15% and upgrade if you want to go from a monthly to an annual. Now listen, you don't ever have to go to an annual. A lot of people are very comfortable just going, month to month. So it's up to you though. Now, if you're just getting started with trade ideas, please do this. Let's get started. Click on that link. And it's about a 30-minute long video segmented into 10 sections, okay? So please do that before you do anything else, okay? Just get, accustomed to what Trade Ideas is all about, okay? Now, the trade of the week is sent to you before the market open, and this is free. These are 3 free sections I'm going to talk about. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. So once you've done this, let's get started. Then you can take a look at the user guide, click on the user guide, and all nicely segmented, alert windows, top list windows. You want to learn more about stock racing, back testing if you have our premium service, etc. Okay, so it's really, really well laid out in my opinion. Sound alerts, price alerts. Also, if you click on the full table of contents, here it is, all searchable. Okay. So daily support session. So at noon Eastern, I do take a break. I take a break between 12 and approximately 1 o'clock. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Thursday, so it should be Jamie. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, he uses it a lot, all right? I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus in a little while, but he uses it a lot. He has an E-Trade account. So if you want to drill him with questions, he'll be there in about an hour and a half. And of course, Chris from 3:30 to 4:30, once I shut down the main room. Daily webinars, there is a webinar today. Yes, today's Thursday, so there is a webinar today. Next week, it's Monday, Wednesday. We were on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week, but you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're new to trading, great little series. It starts off with what is a stock? All free, guys, all free. And of course, if you have to be a subscriber. You want to see my scans that I'm sharing. They're all right here. Okay, all my scans are right here that I'm sharing. And we're also sharing, if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new and then docked channel bar. These are all themed based channels, okay? Themed based channels. So if you click on the momentum channel as an example, these are all scans that we have prepared. So if you like this one, the momentum, you say, okay. First of all, you can always look at RAD go. What a great, from 660 to 630, guys. I mean, it's all about the percentage move. And a nice gentle trade. Let me, I'll bring up RAD later, but a nice gentle trade in terms of it's not whipping up and down, knocking in and out of the trade. Anyway, if you, my scans also, if you liked one of my scans and you load it, and you just right click configure summary, and it'll tell you what it's looking for. Okay, so for instance, in this momentum scan right here, if these are the filters that we have, and I'm going to go over that in a bit. If these filter requirements are met, satisfied, in other words, stocks between 1 and 50, etc., and a stock makes a new high for the day, that's why we see a stock. It's a real-time alert. Okay, so if you like this one, you can save it to the cloud. You of course can modify it if you want. You want to change the price range, you want to change the volume. As you get used to using Trade Ideas, you might want to add a filter, maybe take one of them out. But if you like it the way it is, just save it to the cloud. So all I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels, start extracting scans that we've created that you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Okay. And if you want this beauty here, it gave us RAD at 660, at 622 right now. It's on the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, again, these are ideas. All these things are anything you see from me, they're ideas. It's not, well, I got an alert, I just take the trade. No, 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 no. It's some trading experience comes in, take a look at the charts, what's the market doing. But with the RAD, I mean, it wasn't obvious that it was going to do what it's doing, but you get a headline like that, basically, a relatively, who was it again? Deutsche Bank, downgrading RAD to $1, $1. It's an eye-catching headline. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Remember now, we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. So first of all, it doesn't matter where you live in the world, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, you can use trade ideas. If you want to build your own scans, I'm going to right click on this alert window, click on configure. I'm going to click on search now. So what we did as a company, I always say we, I wasn't around, I wasn't with the company, but back in 2003 when the company started, they said, you know what, there are a lot of programs out there that force you to learn a programming language. Okay, so they wanted to take a different tack on it. So they created a lot of different alerts and a lot of different filters when you see these icons. And so if you want to create your own scans, you don't have to learn a programming language. We feel we do have enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they do want to build their own scan. Okay? Now, don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all, of course. Okay? But so if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And as I said before, you can take a look at my scans. You can take a look at the scans from the toolbar, and you can always modify them if you want. Okay? So that's sort of the overview of trade ideas. And I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, that we call Brokerage Plus. You don't call it, we do. All right, so I just put the Brokerage Plus, link in. So there were two videos. There's a short video. If you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? It's only available, it's not available in the web-based version of Trade Ideas, okay? You have to be using our app, okay? A downloadable application, okay? And so that first video shows you how, if you do have one of those two brokerages, IB or E-Trade, how you can connect. You notice here, it says Brokerage Plus. Underneath, there are two options. One says live, and that, of course, is what you would use if you're going to connect to your E-Trade or IB account. The other is simulation, which I'm going to go over. But again, listen really carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, okay? It's just that we have this option feature available if you have an IB or E-Trade account that you can use, okay? And I always have to emphasize this because we get comments saying, well, I don't have an IB account or E-Trade account. I guess I can't use trade ideas. No, 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 no. Just means this feature is not available. Now, the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Okay. And now, You may notice now I'm on a development build, so this is now the new look of the order entry. I'm not in love with it, but it's just the way it's going to be. The only thing I'm not in love with, but I understand. In fact, I saw a prototype. We're going to have a lot more hotkeys available for you. Okay, so if you're into that, then we're going to have a lot more hotkeys. I mean, these are the only ones we have right now. So let me just demonstrate. So if I wanted to buy, it's very simple. You just, well, first of all, I got to connect. See, it says not connected. So I'm going to click on the simulator, sim, and I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Okay, now it says account, and now I just click on simulated trading. So now I'm in the simulator. Okay, and again, it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice. It uses our real-time data. Okay. Very simple to use. Again, you just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You click how many shares you want in that quantity. Well, I clicked too quickly. Let me put on another one. Seed. You click on the quantity. Now you can pick, or of course you can type it in. The bid ask is here, so you can see what's happening. Check what's happening. And this day is always going to be like this, okay? If you want it all day, and then you just click on the buy button. So if I wanted to take seed right now, I'd be taking it at 8:51. Now 8:48. But let me do something differently. Let me make sure I can do this in this simulator. I know how to do it in the old way. Say I wanted to take seed, but I want to take it on a pullback. Or let's do SBFM. Okay, SBFM now is loaded in here. So I wanted to take SBFM if it pulled back to 8, just to show you how you can do that. So I pick how many shares I want to do this. Let's do a couple hundred. I want to, man, I'm not sure how to do this now because I was used to the other way in which I would just put in the price and the stop box. I would put the same price, click the buy button. So I have to figure out how to do this. Might be a stop limit or something. We put 8 in here. See if that works. Pepe, you might be right. So let's see what happens. Am I going to buy and send? That's the only. Okay, so enter a valid limit price. So that's not right. Maybe I have to put it here too. Okay, that's what you do. Okay. No, there's no replay mode. No. You can use this. You can use our simulator in post market and pre market, but there's no replay mode. No. All right. So I figured out how to do it. So you put it in both those boxes. Okay. So right now, if SBFM goes down to $8, it'll take the trade. All right. Now I can always go up here to the orders, and if I don't want to do it, I can just right click and cancel the order. Okay, but I'll leave it in there. Let's see what happens. Wow, rad is just this, guys, is what you call a stress-free trade. All right. Look at the 2-minute chart. You see any wild green candles knocking you out of a trade? Nope. Certainly not in the 15 and not on the 5. I mean, that's just a great stress-free trade. Now, I don't know what it's going to do if it can get through 6, but I took some off at 639. I'm preparing maybe to take some more off. I always struggle with thinking that a stock is not going to get through a whole number. So the closer it gets down there, it got down to what, 610. So I'm just going to keep an eye on it. Maybe you can help me here, Monsieur Guillaume in the YouTube room. I put my link in there. Can you click on it or no? Is it clickable? I don't think it is it? Like before, every up until today, I'm pretty sure I could put my link in and you could click on it, no problem. All right. Well, there's finally a little pop for GME. It does work? Oh, okay. Then I won't. Okay, thank you, Kang. It does work. Okay, good. Then I won't worry myself about it anymore. Hmm. What about the one I just posted in with my homepage link? Because that is an SHQ. Our guys I'm talking to are YouTubers. That just ends in SHQ, not SH4G. Don't even know what that one is. I see the same thing in IB in terms of the chart, the Twitter chart. I do see the same thing. You're talking about that topping tail and that bottoming tail. I do see this. I do see the same thing in IB. All right, guys, I've covered a lot more of my rad. I don't have very much left now. Again, I'm always skeptical that it'll take out that whole number. So I've covered a lot more. I don't have very much left. All right. Can you not see, again, guys, I'm trying to deal with this in our YouTube room. Can you not see, I'm displaying this right on the screen now. Can you not see that link there where it says Barry's homepage? Right above where you're saying that's what I'm seeing. So right here. Hmm. Yeah, in the chat. So if I type in test, you can't even see that. All right, let me just check something here. Have I done something wrong this morning on it? Ooh, I wonder if that, you know what it is? I think maybe links are not being displayed. Moment, I'm going to talk to our expert. All right, guys. Yeah, I think that's it, Jado. I think you're absolutely right. I'm not looking like a mod or something. I don't know why. I'm logged in exactly the same way. How about before today? Okay, Chris. Well, how do I get in as an admin? Thanks. Okay, Chris, my SY expert will take a look at this. Thank you. Well, I know for people who, okay, but Chris, this is, have I always been like this or what? I mean, I don't know. Nobody else is. This is the first day. I know I was B burned before, but guys, I'm sorry. I'm talking to our YouTube people. Um, this is the first day that people are saying they can't see my links, though. Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, if you can work it out, great. That'll be appreciated. Look at guys, MNTS is on the move again after pulled back quite a bit. You know, got down to 382, got down back down to 4, on the move again. Just made a new high. Again, news. All right, let's take a look. Ah, yes, I can see the difference right away. Thank you, Chris. So I don't have to worry going forward now? Okay, guys, in YouTube, you must be able to see that post, and now I see that it's clickable. Perfecto. Thank you, Chris. Can you maybe add to I see the wrench there. Is it possible to call myself Barry Anderson TI or something like that? So it may not matter. I mean, it's not a big deal. You don't see my post? Right there. Back to the drawing board. I do see it's clickable now, you see? I can click on it. Before I couldn't click on it. You know, I can click on it and it well, how about the rest of you? Jado, Pepe, or anybody at Kang who are in our YouTube room? Can you see my post where I put my homepage link? So Jado is still not seeing it, Chris. What type of tech support are you? Sorry, guys, and refresh it. Okay, I just refreshed it. Okay, I did just refresh it. I just typed in test. Sorry, guys, in our main room, we have to do this while the market's open. Oh, and it says you are now a moderator for this channel. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chris. Now we'll do this. Here's my link, and it's clickable, so it should be all good. Thank you. So I don't have to worry about this tomorrow. This is I just log in the way I normally would. Okay, I'll worry about that tomorrow. But thanks so much. Okay, guys, 11:05. What else is happening here? Just waiting on this rad to take me out completely. I have a little bit left, not much. I have a little bit left, just in case it does do the crazy and just crashes through 6. Thank you, Chris. And again, this one has no resistance now, guys. MNTS 451. Well, no resistance. I mean, the next highs looking left are 739 for MNTS. And the volume is just accelerating here. That's what you wanted to see. And a nice early call by Shady. All right, let's take a look at some other things that I haven't seen. ADMA, ADMA, what is ADMA doing? ADMA, it is, how about BCAT, BCAT? What I'm looking for stocks that have lots and lots of potential room to run. Okay, so I look at BCAT. The next high is 1696, and after that, 1732. Not a lot of room to run, really, right? You sort of look at this and you look left on the daily, and you've got all this over here. So for me, I mean, it could keep running, but I won't take the trade because, when I look left, I don't see enough room for it to keep moving. KHC, all right, from Real. What happened here? Do I see that topping tail? I do see that topping tail. I don't, oh, I see. It's from the topping play. I don't see how anybody could have got this though. This was probably up and down just like that. All right, starting to look at some of Zach's bounce and topping tail or top plays or topping plays and bounce plays. Now this one's got some room. Look at this on the weekly chart, the AJRD, but it's coming right into the 200-day moving average. 42.96 coming right into the 200-day moving average. And you look left on that weekly chart, there's a high up here of 45. So it does have some room. However, coming right into the 200-day. So that could easily stall it. You guys going against Warren, HPQ? Well, so much for the pot for GME, guys. GME now some very auspicious looking topping tails on the 15-minute chart. So the buyers tried for the last 45, not quite 45 minutes to move this higher, but their meeting was selling resistance. And now it looks like the sellers are still in control of GME. The SST, I'm just looking at the SST. Yeah, it had the pop and then right back down. So very choppy, guys, real choppiness. As opposed to Rite Aid. Look at how beautiful. Obviously, this will be my stock that I'm going to talk about in my what makes this trade great? Well, lots of things. Boy, 3 down days now in the market so far. This is not a crushing day, but so I'm assuming what that means is, well, plans to take a passive stake. Okay. Well, somebody else can interpret all that. Interesting one, maybe this Sprinkler Incorporated. Never heard of them before. CXM. CXM. Another cloud-based company, CXM. So if you look left on the monthly chart, what do we see? 16 is a high. So it's at 1350 right now. Trying to make a little bit of move on the weekly chart out of this area. And that move is basically today. So for CXM, see if there's any news on it. Had earnings. April 6th, post-market. So it's an earnings play. CXM, not a huge float. 67 million, not low, of course, but not huge. Really, I've never heard of them before, CXM. So I guess they must have IPO'd back here. I don't know if this was a SPAC that turned into an IP or a SPAC that turned into this, or it was a true IPO, or was it an uplisting? So many things now, when you see something that just starts to trade, it used to be so simple. It was an IPO, that was it. It was an IPO. Okay, thank you. But now you have to sort of wonder. I mean, SPACs in theory are IPOs, but it's sort of obviously a different breed. Yesterday's nonsensical one, MOXC got all the way up to $3. Now we're down to 2 and sinking. Ooh, this is shortable. Boy, this is shortable too. 332,000 shares at Interactive Brokers, just underneath $2. And look at the room. It's got some room to the low of yesterday. On a percentage basis, I mean, look, if you took this short right here at 198 and it got down to 160, that'd be awesome. I just don't know if that can happen. So it depends on what you're looking for. I think it'll probably still move down a little bit more, coming out of a little bit of consolidation here. And you're getting a nice big red candle here for the MOXC. Okay, so for multi-strategy windows, so I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room, question about multi-strategy windows. How do I add or subtract columns for multi-strategy windows. Okay, let me bring one up. And why did the alert type icons? Okay, let me bring it up. One of them up. I don't have a multi-strategy window up and running right now, so I'll just pick one. So my gap continuation or reverse. Okay, so whoops, where are you? All right, so yeah, it's a little bit different. You go to properties, okay, you right click. So you want to add some columns here. So you right click, properties, and then columns. Okay, and now you can, add any column you want. Obviously, click on more, and now you're going to see every single filter. Okay, so let me make sure you got that first. Okay. And the other thing is, let me just see. You know what I want to do? I'll make a duplicate of this because I don't want to. Okay, so I'm going to go to properties and columns. And you see where it says type? You just click on it. Now the type will. Okay, so you just had to add it as a column type. I typically don't because, by my color coding, I know what it is. But if you want, you can add the type just as a column. Okay, so does that answer your question? See, and here's the type right here. Okay, good. All right, guys, I am totally out of my Rite Aid trade. As I just had this sneaking suspicion that it was going to really struggle to get through that 6th level. I always look at these whole numbers and think, man, it's really tough to get through. In this particular case, that's what happened. So I'm completely out of my Rite Aid trade. And that was a short, of course. I'm telling you guys, this SVFM is maybe building up some potential energy here. The longer it holds here, forming a nice base, and then, as always, if we get some volume, some volume that is really discernible on the chart, popping it through, I mean, it could get it running again. If you're wondering why it's tanking, yeah, I don't think there's any specific reason, JK. I think it's just all the meme stocks are just taking a hit. I don't see any specific news for Bed Bath and Beyond, but if you look at all the meme stocks, well, all of them. I mean, look at GME, look at AMC, and I think I would probably consider that Bed Bath and Beyond was maybe the third big one. So I don't think there's any specific reason other than the meme stocks are just getting sold off right now. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting too many new alerts, so I'm just, constantly looking at my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything kind of interesting happening. I'm not seeing anything on the thumbnail charts. Yeah, the HBQ, yeah, somebody real said is below the VWAP, 4038, 4038, so it's right at the VWAP. Well, it's a nice pop for Rad, though. I mean, if you played the bounce, it's a nice one. I didn't, of course, but should say of course, but did not play the bounce on Rad. Now, what I'm looking at here is let's see if this stalls and maybe gives us another opportunity. I'd like to see it move a lot higher, though, because there's obviously pretty good support around 617. So if I were going to reshort this, I'd like to see it climb a lot higher, stop, and then move back down. Oh, I see. It's below the VWAP. Okay. If you're not using pre-market data. All right. I mean, I didn't take the Vapo, but look at the Vapo. I mean, 960 on the alert, 928 now. I don't think Levi, probably 18. Actually, boy, they're all. How about HIMX? So HIMX, modestly. So if you had taken every one of these, some worked a lot better than others, like the RAD on a percentage basis. The Vapo is working, even Levi's working. The HIMX worked. HIMX worked for a bit. I don't even know on the 10-day daily breakout. I usually, when the market's negative, I usually don't pay too much attention to the 10-day daily breakout. But obviously in this particular case, I mean, see that 789? What does that mean? It was right at the high of yesterday, right? 789. That's why we get the alert here. Once it broke above that 789, gives a lot of traders confidence that it could keep moving, for a while anyway, just for a while. Howell, let's see, 597. Well, that would have been awesome. 597 all the way up to, should have paid more attention to this one also. It's 280, Trivi, 280. So that did not move. And then the MNTS, 439, gets up to 476. So really, on the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown, you had some really good alerts, like really good alerts. I only took the RAD, but and again, I'm sharing this. This is just the, excuse me, the DR refers to don't repeat, so you can see exactly how that works. Look at VAPO as an example, 960. The first alert was at 957, so I can go back and say, okay, what happened since then? Obviously awesome, okay? It's at 920 now. This is the repeating version of it. So every time VAPO made a new low, okay, I get the real-time alert. But that's the first time it happened. And I love having them side by side. Sometimes I only have the don't repeat. I don't need to see it over and over again. And Vapo just alerted again at 11:28. And that one wasn't, you see, it wasn't quite as good as the RAD in terms of, you see how it was a little bit choppier on the 5-minute chart? See how it kind of chopped around until finally it said, you know what, let's go down. Okay, but there was the first alert. So, it kind of chopped around a little bit. It's probably why because obviously I took a look at it, but I probably kind of dismissed it, said, you know what, it's a little too choppy. And again, look at the RAD, compare the RAD to that. I mean, look at this, right down. Look at this on the 2-minute chart, basically right down without any choppiness. I mean, I don't think PJ and Shady got into it a little bit yesterday afternoon, but I think they've shaken hands or whatever, and it's all water under the bridge. I don't know what happened with Zach. I'll be honest. I must have missed that, and if I did, I apologize. But there were very few trolls in this room. Very, very few. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:31. So Jamie, I'm going to confirm that it'll be Jamie at noon. Oh, there he is. All right, Jamie, thank you. All right, guys. So GME continues its descent. So the next level for GME is right. I mean, way down. No, not way down there. Let's take on the daily chart. The next low is 138, I think. 138.20. Yes, 138.20. Boy, it takes that out. I mean, this could easily wipe out all that that move from 100 to 200. Yeah, I mean the SST, I've got that thumbnail. That's why I do have it thumbnailed. Right here, some of my thumbnail charts. I got it thumbnailed, so I do see how it's chopping up and down. But yeah, the volume. What's the volume doing? Well, what did it get to? It got up to 26 something. Of course, 2 days ago. I mean, that's all traders are looking at. They're just looking at this. They're looking, wow, could it happen again or get even close? From 37, from 24 to 37. I mean, obviously, if you could get halfway there, that'd be awesome, right? So that's all traders are looking at. Boy, this is just getting thumped. You know, when I looked at this one earlier today, this RBLX, I mean, this had the big pop up here, up to $47, and was just running. And now look at it. And I'm just trying to see if there's any specific reason for it. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason for this big sell-off, but boy, that is just a big sell-off right now for RBLX. Was this one of those? Was this supposed to be one of the meta stocks? I mean, man, what, 6 months ago, $144? Let's have a nice drop of 100. Oh man, Vapo. Yeah, well, where could this go? It's almost a lifetime low, almost. So the next low on the monthly chart is around 680 or so, I think. 686, yes. So I don't know where it is on the weekly chart. There's probably not a lot of support from here to there. So I'm not saying it's going to happen. Again, I'm highly suspect it'll take out 9. It could do what Rad did, kind of base around 9 and pop a little bit. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So you see what happened here, guys. I wanted to leave that in here, the SBFM. So it took the trade, okay? It took it on that pullback to $8. Now, at this point, I can make up my mind. Now, before, again, even on a pullback trade, I always have to know where I'm going to get where I'm going to take myself out of the trade if I get stopped out. In other words, just because so in the preparation for a trade like this, you know, you I have to say to myself, okay, if I do get it at $8, where am I going to get out if it doesn't work? I mean, just because I want it to work on a pullback doesn't mean it's going to. Okay, so and that's all about having a stop. So I'm going to show you. You can add a stop order here. I want to make sure, and then yeah, this version easy enough to do still. Oops, let me cancel that. So let's put a stop right down here, 768. I want to leave it in. Now, so add the stop. Okay, so there should be a line on the chart right around that 768 mark. There should be. There we are. Okay, so you see that red line. So if the trade, if it goes down to 768, it'll take me out for a $65 loss. Okay, that's how this is working. Now, if I want to get out right now, I mean, when I put a stop in any trade, that's the worst I want to do on the trade. But of course I reserve the right to get out earlier if I don't like the way it's trading. Maybe the market is really, getting clobbered. And so I could say to myself, you know what? I just don't like the way it's trading. I can get out at any time I want. And in order to do it, we do have these hotkeys right here. So if I highlight and I click flatten, that'll get me out of the trade. Or I could get out of half the trade, or I could double my position. Okay, these are some hotkeys. Now I do understand, and I had a glimpse of some of the new hotkeys that are going to be available. I think Jamie, he'll be in our YouTube room in about 30 minutes or 20 minutes from now. And I think he has seen, and you might want to talk about that, Jamie. We don't have to, of course, but um, he might shed more light on the new hotkeys that are going to be showing up. And the max P&L and the total P&L and the distance from the exit price. Love these columns, okay? So what this max P&L is telling me right there, it says 0? That means that on the entry at 801, it didn't even get to 802, okay? It didn't even, so that 801, and it didn't even go a penny above that. That's why the max P&L says 0. Total P&L, that's right now, that's the running total right now. Okay, that's what I'm down in the trade. This is in the simulator. So let's just say, for argument's sake, though, SBFM went up to 850 or something like that. Okay, so my max P&L would have been a nice amount. Obviously would have been more than 0. Let's just say, for fun, it would have been $200, $300, $400 max P&L. And now I'm down $11. Obviously, that's not good money management, right? Makes sense. You would not want to see something that you're up $500 in turn into an $11 loss. So, and then the next thing is the distance from the exit price. So let's just say, for argument's sake, again, you're up $500 and starts to move down a little bit. And so you exit the trade, you make $400. The next thing you love to see would be a big negative number on the distance from the exit price. That would mean that, okay, I got out at this price and now it's way below, which is exactly what you want, right? And then you can pat yourself on the back and say, wow, that was a great exit, because look how much lower it is from where I got out. So these columns are good gauges, to give you an idea, but how well am I managing my exits? Now, for those of you who are shy about shorting, okay, for now, listen, if you have an account that you can't short in, fine. But if you're shy about shorting because of all the horrible things you've ever heard about shorting, you can practice here. You just have to click the sell button, okay? And you can see how it works. Again, when you buy something, you hope it goes up in price and you sell it at a higher price. When you short something, you hope it goes down in price and we call cover at a lower price. That's how you make the money. The difference between where you buy it and you cover it when you short. I mean, it's just reverse. Just think reverse. You buy, you hope it goes up. You short, you hope it goes down. That's it. I mean, there's a few other things, perhaps, whether or not your broker has shorts available to short, things like that. But other than that, the mechanics of it is just flip the script in your head, what you want to happen. Man, Vapo, another new low here, guys. Well, I mean, is it going to hold? Is 9 going to hold it? All right, the SST, I'm starting to move here now. And the high of yesterday, I'm sorry, that's today. The high today is 26.20. So obviously it's got room. I mean, that was the opening 15-minute candle, a big spike high, came right back down. Now, a heads up on these 10-day daily breakdowns. When we're in earnings season, this is what, earnings season can really, really show a lot of great 10-day daily breakdowns of stocks, not just making 10-day daily breakdowns, but also all-time lows. Some of these stocks that you don't really hear about too much. I mean, probably there are not too many people that know Vapo. I'm not saying nobody knows about Vapo, but this is not something that you're going to see on CNBC or any of the news channels. All right, but look at it, 960. Shorting it down to 890. I mean, these are great percentage moves. So this is what can happen when we're in earnings season. We'll get some of these more obscure companies, but plenty of volume. It doesn't mean that there's no volume, and that they're giving us wonderful opportunities, to short them, especially if they're nearing all-time lows. And I know, Ija, I know you hate shorting, but it's just part of the market. As opposed to, I mean, I'm not saying that the 10-day daily breakouts don't work, but I just find that the more dramatic moves are on the ones that get shorted. That's all. Especially at an all-time low. I mean, think about it. Think about the psychology of that. Like, who's going to step in? I mean, look, obviously somebody decided it for Rite Aid at that whole number. All right, let's take a little bounce play on this, okay? But you've got to be. I mean, when it's an all-time low, I mean, that's pretty disastrous. You're going to have it takes a lot, I think, to convince enough people to step in on an all-time low. Whereas I think people shorting all-time highs is probably easier. They're thinking, you know what? This is way extended. I'd like to short this top. Anyway, that's just my feelings on it, or those are my feelings on it. Neil. Now, I haven't seen Neil for a while. Used to be a high flyer. Of course, got all the way up to $60, and then boom, look at these last few months. But it reminds me a little bit like that other one, the ICVX. I'm not saying I don't think they're the same, not the same companies or anything like that or sectors, but the same type of idea, big drop, and now trying to come back a little bit. So what's the high over here? It's 1325. So it takes out 1325, 1322, 1325. And then when you look left, I mean, look at the void. I mean, look at the potential, to start filling in this area. Now, I'm not saying you don't take the trade now. I mean, it's extended and all, but what I'm going to do is just stick an alert at that area, say 1327, and see if it takes it out. May not happen today, may not ever happen. But if it does happen, I want to know about it, because then that's all traders are looking at. They're looking at this massive gap that could, potentially start to fill in. So, Dak, that means you can't hear me. All the wonderful things I'm saying about you. All right, so the SBFM is trying to hold that 8 level, trying to hold it. This is in the simulator here. IVDA, wow. I mean, this, had the big pop a few days ago, 4 days ago, big pop 4 days ago. Kind of pulled back a little bit. Tried to get through that high of yesterday, tried to get through that high, sold off, and now it's really selling off, IVDA. And this is shortable for me and Interactive Brokers. I mean, now you look left, I mean, there's where it came from, 73 cents. But it is fallen into disfavor right now. Again, I'm looking at some of the bounce plays from Zach, but I mean, with the market moving down, it's just hard to commit to a bounce play, in my opinion, anyway. Look at the RBLX, has not bounced at all. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is to put the YouTube link in. Jamie will be there in about 7 minutes. Start his 1 hour stint from 12 to 1 in our YouTube room. So I'm just going to put the YouTube link in right now. So if you want to head over there while Jamie is there, great. Again, he hasn't started yet, so you don't have to go yet. And as I say, I take my break at from noon to almost 1, about 12:55. And again, Jamie is way more of an expert at using Brokerage Plus. Okay, he uses Brokerage Plus. He has an E-Trade account. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, you can ask him. This is now I'm on a development build, so you won't see this if you have Brokerage Plus up and running. You won't see it looking like this. You'll have a big buy and a big sell button like I had yesterday. But this is the new look coming back. I actually showed this maybe a couple of months ago, but there were some bugs in it. But I think they've been ironed out, and Jamie may shed some more light on the additional hotkeys that are going to be coming. Okay. But no pressure, Jamie, if you're listening to me. Tell you guys, the SBFM is, the longer it holds this 8 level, as I always say, the longer it holds a level, and then we get some volume, just get some volume to pop it. I mean, this is, choppy like anything on the 5. This is not nice looking at all. I was able to, I call it lucky, whatever you want to call it. But, that 15-minute candle was not choppy. I mean, it just shot right up. So luckily, I was able to take advantage of it here. Unfortunately, I had none left, but that tail right there would have got me out. That's what got me out. It did pop higher, but anyway, we'll just have to see what happens here. Lots of volume, 60 million shares. Look at the volume. I mean, 2 days ago, the volume was what, 155 million? Yesterday was only 73 million. This is going to, obviously it's going to be more than yesterday. We're already at 60 million. Yesterday was what, 73 million. So we're probably going to challenge that 155. I mean, we're about halfway through the day. It's called by real on the SST. And now it took out that high like nothing. And again, if you like real, well, I know real. I don't have to tell him, but if Real's talking about that 825 level or 826 level, maybe getting involved over that level. So if you do take the trade, don't walk away from your computer. All right. I know it sounds crazy. I have to keep saying that, but you cannot be distracted in a trade like this at all because of that float. Anything can happen. Well, guys, little pop here for GME, a little pop. Look at this little candle. So from what, 141 to 146. Let's see if this holds. All right. You can talk to me right now, Jamie, so that I know you're there. I'll be able to hear you. Can't hear you yet.
Hello.
There you are. The dulcet tones of Jamie. All right, Jamie, I'll stop now. Just give me a moment here. Put myself on mute. Okay, I have muted myself, and you can take over now. You can start sharing your screen.
Okay, I believe that was good. And I believe I've got the right display so you don't see the two annoying things on the side. Okay. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. If someone would just let me know in the questions panel that audio and video are good, would be much appreciated. Hey, thank you, Bill. Okay, very good. All good. Thank you, Jacques. Hey, perfect. Plaza, thank you so much. All right, let me push a few things out of the way here. And we should be good to go. I tell you what, let me play with my new toy here for 1 second. All right, get that noise canceling kicking for the microphone. All right, so welcome to my desktop. Just keep in mind this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So anything TI related, if you have a question, just throw it out into the questions panel. Hello, Willow. In the meantime, I'm going to pull one of my favorite races down here to take a peek at. 5 things motoring today. Interesting. Took a little bit of time to get in there. Howl. Boy, they're getting creative with these names now. Werewolf Therapeutics. Don't know how I'd feel about using one of their products. Right, Circle. Let's see here. Do I have any recommendations on scans for SPY scalping for bounces or for quick shorts? Well, I'm assuming that you're just referencing the SPY ETF, scalping the SPY, correct? Well, first and foremost, here we are looking at the 15-minute intraday for today's action, right? First candle right here, open, and we can see what has happened. Now, look at this first 45 minutes right here. You know, we took that little upswing, looked like the 10 was going to hold, but in this following candle, we get a close, and that 10's been tapping it down the entire time. So just from a very kind of layman's perspective here, notice that once it, you know, once it lost the 10 here, every time it wicks up to the 10, it snapped right back. So just from a chart perspective on the intraday, the 10 is going to be very handy when you're watching the 15-minute intraday candles. However, to get a little bit more detailed about that, here's something that I haven't pulled up in a very long time, but I'm sure it's still there. And you can really apply this to any symbol. I don't know why I'm getting so much lag here. Oh, I think I know why. Give me a second here. That guy's probably taking up a lot of resources, so hopefully I'm going to shut that down. Okay. Well, I'm looking for my SPY watcher here. Okay, let's see if this is it. Hello, Iris. All right, so 1 sec here. Okay, so what we have here is a multi-strat window, all right? And up here, I've got 2 strategies in here. And of course, this is the SPY watcher. So I've got 2 different strategies in here. If we go to the green side, since these two strategies residing in this multi-strat window are only looking at the SPY using that single symbol option right here, what I've done is I've checked off every bullish alert that we have, along with some neutrals down here, the NR7s. And you'll see on the short side, or on the bearish side, we should say, same thing, only pointed to SPY, but I've checked off all of the bearish alerts and then a couple of, the same neutrals down here. So really what this is going to do is every time the SPY moves even a tiny bit, we're going to get an alert coming through here. It's going to tell us what's happening, the description of the alert, and then just some other metrics over here where the SPY is in its daily range, price, along with 1 minute volume. As you can see, all these events that have been triggered just since I pulled the window up are occurring at relatively low 1 minute volume, keeping in mind that 100 is normal here. And of course, no big surprise, because if we look over here at my smaller time frames on the SPY, everybody's coming in just a little bit below, about 50% below normal there. But the bottom line is this, the SPY is a very active instrument, but even it's a little sleepy right now. But if you really want to keep your fingers on the pulse of one symbol, this is a great way to do it. Now, it is a little time consuming, checking off all those alerts and whatnot. So give me 1 second here. Get those columns. Text headers. There we go. Okay. Still looking at the symbols. Now we can see what these are. But keep in mind, you can take this and turn it into any single symbol watcher that you want. Now, a good companion window for this would be the compare count window that's only pointed to the SPY as well. Yeah, sorry for the lag here. I don't know what's taking so long. Okay, notice what I did there. I just put it on compare count windows, SPY, and I have my SPY eye. So, and of course you get a lot more information from this window, assuming you launched it right on the open. Right now it's just going to be blank, but keep in mind, if we're seeing every time the SPY triggers a bullish or bearish alert here, this is more or less a form of tape reading, right? So if we pop into the configure for this compare count window, look at the green data side. I've got the same configuration in here, only pointed to SPY. So in addition to watching all these events and getting a feel for what the tape is doing in SPY, you'll also be presented with bullish to bearish count for the SPY, right? So this is a really great way to keep your fingers on the pulse, whether it be the SPY, any other stock out there, any other ETF out there. So what I'll do here, since it would take quite a while to configure this, if you undertook that task, just kind of take the opportunity to dump file links in here for you. Yeah, that's the general theory circle. Of course, something like this is going to take a little bit of time to kind of observe and get used to, right? Everybody's perception is a little bit different. But, obviously, if after the first 15 minutes, we just saw incredibly bullish alerts going off, but the move wasn't that big, then that might be anticipatory that a move is coming. Sometimes you're going to see the correlations, or sometimes you're going to see the price action go with the alerts or the compare count readings initially. Sometimes it's a little bit of a delayed reaction there, and every day is a little bit different, right? It's kind of like the way I use my opening 15-minute compare counts. These guys right here. I take a peek after the first 15 minutes, and that kind of gives me an idea what might be coming down the pipe. Now, it's not 100%, nothing ever is, but I've found it to be pretty useful for my type of trading, or just in general, trying to get a heads up of what the market might do. Sometimes it's immediate, sometimes it's more of a delayed reaction. But if you're trying to if you're trying to do a little scalping on the SPY or any other single symbol, I definitely, watch this and see if you notice some correlations. Okay, so here is the SPY watcher. All right, there's that one. Yeah, Robert, I'm dumping those cloud links in right now. So I just dumped in the SPY watcher, and now I'm going to drop the SPY compare count window as well. And I wouldn't really call this a strategy as much as I would call it just a couple of good alert windows, not necessarily alert windows with the compare count, but it's a way to keep your fingers on the pulse of the current action. Okay, SPY. I do believe that was the right one, but let me just double check here. Make sure I didn't duplicate that link. Yeah, that was it. Okay, so now you guys have both of those windows, and feel free to experiment, It's real easy to right click and just hit the old duplicate, like so. And maybe you like to scalp Tesla. Who knows? You can easily pop in here, make a couple of changes from the symbol list tab, change that to Tesla. Go back in to the red side, do the same. And no, that is not what I wanted. Okay, so now it's watching Tesla, but it still says SPY Watcher, so we would just pop up here and swap out the window name. And now this is a Tesla Watcher. So real easy to convert it into another symbol just by doing those 3 steps. You don't necessarily have to change the name, but it certainly keeps you from getting confused. Yeah, and to your point, once again on the SPY circle, it's a fairly liquid instrument. So, a lot of the times when you see little downtrends like this, you can get short on these wicks. You can get long on these wicks. You just have to have your bids and offers out. But I mean, look at that nice little retracement already. Popped up to 40, a little over 445 here. This guy's been in control. Look how they tapped it down once again. So 445, not quite a point there. Of course, I'm not sure what you're looking for on these scalps, but a lot of good scalping opportunity. Just playing off the 10 right now. Now later in the day, if it reclaims that, we'd be looking to buy the pullbacks on the wicks. But right now, still bearish on the intraday for the SPY. All right, Flash, just reading your message there about your Let me get my B plus connected here. Okay, you can't get your strategies or Holly to trade auto, and you've enabled all of them. Okay, well, let me clear out some of these junk positions I have real quick here. Sure. Okay, so let me just push this down for a moment. If you're wanting to modify the SPY Watcher window, keep in mind this is a multi-strat window. We can always tell that from the M up here at the top. So if we right click and we go to strategies, these are the two strategies that are currently in the multi-strat window. So we have the one for the green side. So if we wanted to change that symbol, all we do is pop into configure. Once we get in there, we're going to go to the symbol list tab right here. Notice how it's already pointed to single symbol. So you would just change the symbol in that field and hit OK. But keep in mind, you would need to do it not only for the long version, the green, but also for the red. Are you talking about my layout that you see here, Robert? No problem, Willow. Okay, so Flash, let's walk through this real quick here. I think I might know what it is. So for example, if we go to Holly AI, you said you've already enabled everything, right? By dragging, come on, mouse, and you've enabled them, right? Now, are you pointed to an account down here? Because a lot of the times, let me just import something here so we can use it as an example. There we go. Don't know what happened there. All right, I'm just going to load a strat up here. All right, and let's say I wanted to auto trade this strategy that I created. Edit trading strategy. Do you have an account selected here? Because a lot of times people set up the trading strategies, when to get in, all that stuff, order entry, you know, everything's perfect, except they forget to point it to the proper account. Okay, so no meaning you didn't have it pointed to the account, or no, that's not the problem. Okay, Moon, so the reason I pulled up the SPY Eye and the SPY Watcher, because Circle had asked if I had any good ideas for scalping the SPY, right? So that was the reason for pulling up the SPY Watcher and the compare count for the SPY Eye. It's just to keep tabs on that very specific, or that one symbol. So the idea behind it is obviously we're not getting an accurate count here from the open. This is just showing me what has happened since I first booted this window up. But imagine you've been watching this window for the first 15 minutes, right? And we saw a lot more. We saw a big bearish alert bias. But you can see here in the first 15 minutes what the SPY did. 15, 30, 45. So, keep in mind, I'm just saying this might have been the case because I wasn't watching. But if I saw a lot, let's say I saw a bias of 60% to the red after the first 15 minutes, it held or maybe even started increasing, but we're getting that little first false move up in the SPY, then that could have been a pretty good indicator. Well, maybe once we get up here to this level from, the prior day, we might peel off. Now, hindsight's 2020. We did start wicking out, and then, we got into this little bearish trend for the intraday. But had I seen 60, 65% bearish alerts versus bullish, but we're still getting a little updraft, that could have been the tell. Okay, I have the confidence to get short up here. Of course, I'd have to have my reasonable, stop loss in place. But if we look over here at the daily and zoom in a little bit, what do? We just kind of popped right back up, not even quite to the high of yesterday here on the SPY. Few days of congestion back here, kind of acting as resistance for the short term. But had I seen a huge bearish count here, then that would have given me the confidence to go short. Just like, where did I put that other one? It's just like the large cap compare count that I watch every morning. Peek at it, 15 minutes in, if it's 60% bias one way or the other. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find what the count was this morning. I tweeted it out, but let me see here. I think it was pretty wishy-washy, actually, which also can mean something. All right, here we go. Yeah, we barely had a 56% bullish count on any company over a 4 billion market cap in the first 15 minutes, which that's right on the cusp. 55%, I would say, is when I start paying attention. Really like closer to 60%. That's usually when these things tend to be a little bit more accurate. But when I see numbers like this, it still tells me kind of anything goes. So even though it was a bullish count, it's not the most pristine. I'd like to see 60 or higher. And it kind of jives with what we had. We had that little upward thrust, and then boom, the remainder of the day down. Well, I'm curious to see if my noise canceling microphone is working. Can anybody hear a dog barking? Hold on, I lost my questions panel. There we go. Okay, so flash, was that the problem? Hey, great. That means this crisp is working like it should. The neighbor's dog gets a little unruly from time to time. Excellent. Okay, Flash, just let me know if that was the issue. And Plaza, reading your question again here. Yeah, and Plaza, that first move was not the real move, obviously. Of course, like I said, hindsight's 2020, but I mean, that's commonplace, especially in the first 15 minutes. You get a lot of tree shaking from the algos, a lot more in single equities. I mean, SPY's a little bit harder to move because it's, massive liquidity and being the SPY ETF. So that was it, Flash. Just had to point to the right account and then boom, boom, boom. You should be firing. Good. Okay, so Blue Moon, compare counts. Okay, So let me just give you a little bit of history on the compare count. I mean, because the way that this window came into existence, and you can see it was one of the, these are all kind of like, these are chronological order. Alert window was first, top list, multi-strat, single stock, and then we created the compare count. Now, the idea was spawned kind of loosely around this metric that's been around for, well, forever, the tick. Advancers versus decliners, just across the board, not taking into account any filtering, like is it a stock that just trades a few shares a day with a giant spread, or is it something that's extremely liquid? It's just across the board, advancers versus decliners, to try to get a little bit of that market feel from market breadth. But the compare count window allows us to, in essence, create our own custom tick based around whatever we feel would be, beneficial to keep count of. Maybe it's something as simple as the tick, highs versus lows across the board. Be real simple to make that. In the green data side, we'd put new high. Red data side, we'd put new low with no filters. That way, any stock hitting a higher low would be counted, but we can get a lot more specific, with a filter set in here as well. So just like I like to watch anything over a market cap of 4 billion for the first 15 minutes to try to give me a feel of what might be coming down the pipe. Maybe you decide you want to create one of these for the smaller caps, maybe the stocks between 1 and 5 that are doing, crazy relative volume. Keep count of those. So you're only limited by your imagination, just like with any of the windows here. But you can get pretty creative because we've got quite a few things to choose from. This one's just looking at pre-post and regular highs with a very simple filter set. So does that make a little bit more sense, Blue Moon? But yes, it is counting the occurrences, right? So since these are alert windows in here, we need to attach that alert. If we just use a filter set, it wouldn't be real timely information. Okay, that does compute. Very good. Holly, a little lackadaisical, to say the least. Let's check out the stop out here. Okay. Yeah, SST was pretty quick, as we can see from the time over here. And this is indicative of what I was talking about just a few minutes ago. Pre-market here, opening 15-minute candle. Look at that wick. AI gets long up here. Then boom, a quick stop out within 1 minute and 30 seconds over here. Then guess what? Then the trade eventually goes, right? Spend some time around this stop area right here. So keep in mind, you see the AI get stopped out of something. Then you see the stock peck, 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 right? That stop area. When it finally does break again, then it does what we thought it was going to do the first time. So, AI might get stopped out of some trades, but you can take a look and go, hey, well, I see the AI get stopped out here. I'm going to watch it for a break above that stop area. And then we can see that would have been a decent trade. Not the original trade, but because the AI was stopped out, it brought your attention to this stock. And, if you've got the trained eye looking for, that little consolidation and the stop area acting as a level of intraday resistance until it wasn't. So even when it started pecking through on these two wicks right here and right here, if we would have, taken a trade around or a long again on SST, as it pecked through these levels here, it took a while, it took an hour to get through after it started pecking, after it had been stopped out. But if we were taking that trade right there, then my eyes for risk management just gravitate to the bottom of that little range, right? Right here. So whether you're a wick person or a candle body person, that would have kept you in that trade on a trade route for the AI. Yeah, Robert, I dropped the cloud links for those specific windows into the chat. And you're right, it is better to just take those windows and create your own layout, because right now you can only see one of my screens. I've got another screen with a ton more windows on it. So if I gave you my cloud link for this entire layout right now, there'd be way too much stuff on there. And it'd be a little too painstaking to try to clean it up right now to disperse to you guys. But yeah, it's really better just to create your own layout, so you get used to that process and only have on there what you need, because no matter how much screen space we have as traders, it's typically never enough. If the SPY is hitting but rejecting the SMA 10 on 15-minute time frame, is it generally bearish if already in a downtrend? In other words, is that a good indication there's more drop, generally speaking? In short, yes. So let's just pull the SPY back up here. Now, does that mean, if I saw it here, once this candle right here occurred, okay, because in these two, look, it wicked down and it was supporting it. But then the following 15-minute candle, let's see, where do we close there? We closed 445.65. So yeah, well below the green candle. So this would have been the pivotal candle right here. And once I saw it lose the 15 here, well, then look at all these opportunities. 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, you could have played these too, but notice the action, once it lost the 10 here, tries to regain it here, slams it back down. No. So the 10 is still in control today. I mean, right now at this moment. Now, we're just getting back to this little level right here. We're bumping up against the 20 period, and we got the 50 hovering right below. So looking at this little area chop back here, it's anybody's game thus far. We'll have to see what happens when the volume kicks back up later in the session. Do we defend this area right here? And if we don't, well, then we could easily take a little slide right down here to the 50. No problem, Circle. Yeah, I think, based on what you were describing there, I think you'll get used to seeing what comes out of those windows. Now, keep in mind, it's going to take a few sessions, maybe 5, 10 trading sessions before you kind of go, hey, I'm feeling the flow of these windows. So just like anything that's new, takes a little acclimation time. All right, just soaking up your other question there. Plaza. In the meantime, Robert was asking about MKTX. Let's have a look-see. Well, it's getting beat up a little bit. Looking over here at the weekly. Interesting what's going on in the weekly here. Notice where we're about to be. Is there any reason I can't grab my line there? Okay, in a downtrend, obviously, boom, on the daily. But look, if it's going to bounce, it's probably getting pretty close, because we're right back here on the weekly, back to March of 2020. So definitely an interesting level to pay attention to here. And we'd have to scroll, there we go, on the daily. Same level that we're seeing right back here. So it's the moment of truth for MKTX. To bounce or not to bounce? That is the question. Only down about 2.5% on today's session, though. Do you prefer large cap compare count because you trade large caps or because you find it's a better indicator of market direction? Right. So if we're trying to predict movement of SPY for the remainder of the session, that's why I'm looking at the large caps. Of course, 4 billion is a little bit low for the S&P, I think. But that's just my theory. If I wanted to be very specific, I would set up a compare count window just for the SPY components, right? So you could create a list of the S&P 500, point the bullish and bearish list to just the SPY if you wanted to get more of an accurate count of the SPY. But I tend to just use a market cap of 4 billion because, the bigger cap stocks are going to throw their weight around. And a lot of those are going to move with the SPY. Everything is going to flow to the whims of the great magnet, whether it's in the SPY or not, typically. Not all the time, but most of the time. Kathy Wood, speaking of, how's that old art doing? I haven't even looked at this one in a while. And the weekly, once again, pretty much tells the story there. Beautiful action, but has pretty much given back all of this from this initial breakout here. Of course, the little banana in the tailpipe right here. First breakout attempt, nope. Second, it's like a second mouse trade right there, and then whoosh. I mean, what a move. But all the way back down. I think what Kathy Woods was recently commenting on how it's all the Fed's fault that they start tightening interest rates. Yeah, I think that's more of an ARC problem, not a Fed problem. Of course, we all know the Fed has problems. All right, Plaza, you got a compare count with new lows and new highs, with 60% new lows, where the SPY is 50-50. Right, yeah. I mean, just kind of circling back to that comment, sometimes things are going to move with the SPY, other times they are not. For a good list of things that are not moving down with today's market action, I would go right here. There's that How that we were looking at earlier. Only up a meager 24% since the open, and only up a meager 30% on the session since prior close. That looks like a warrant, which I really don't pay a lot of attention to unless it's a day trade. INKT, bucking the trend today as well. SBFM, I think this is the one that Barry was looking at earlier. But I've really drawn a lot of value out of some very simple top list and, change from the open, not change from the close, because that counts on all the gaps, right? This little list right here is just showing me things that are moving up off of the open, and things that are in motion on the open a lot of the times tend to stay in motion. So obviously this list is going to be, you're going to have zeros until the open, and then you're going to start to see the things that are really motoring up, So before SBFM warrants, oh yeah, that was I'm going to look at the common here, not the warrants. Okay, so SBFM currently is up 16.3% since the open, all right? Since the first opening candle right here. It's up 16%. But guess what? Before it was up 16%, it was up 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, right? And then now it's up 16%. So I've noticed a lot of the times the ones that start off 1, 2, 3, 4, those are the ones you want to keep your eyes on, especially if the risk is in line, because before they were up that much from the open, they had to be up 1, 2, and 3%, right? And a lot of these things just keep on going. So it's a real simple way to look at it, but it's very effective. Same way with the downside stocks. Now, that's a nasty little gap. It's probably halted. But this window is just looking at the exact opposite, all right? IMTE down 30% from the open, right? A little fake move like we saw on the SPY, and then boom, once that little range was busted right there, you got some good movers, right? I mean, you got some good action to the downside. So a lot of the time just backing into the equation, what do I mean by that? Seeing something that's up or down a lot, and then the pattern becomes your secondary decision-making mechanism, right? Oh, it's done this, but just because it's up that much doesn't mean I'm going to jump in there and trade it, or just because it's down so much doesn't mean I'm going to jump in there and trade it. But by looking at these stocks that are up and down a lot, even right now in the session, we might be able to identify some decent technical patterns. Oh yeah, no problem, Plaza. Now keep in mind, all that we're really focusing on changed from the open to the upside and to the downside. The filter set in here is going to be pretty sparse. Just a little bit of min-max action, 3 and 300. Had to have traded at least 200,000 shares today. All right, change from open. Positive. And negative, change from open. Okay, there you go. Yeah, sure. RBI and GBI. Let me get those windows fired up here. It's been a while since I looked at these. Well, in hopes of something coming in here, we'll do RBI 5-minute. And we'll do a GBI 5-minute. But we're going to have to wait for the next 5-minute candle to close before we see anything pop up here. But don't forget, we've got the Market Explorer too now. So if you go new, Market Explorer, a lot of people forget about this or just don't even know it's there. Some custom scans in here. If we go to server window, once we get that up, these are all the scans that you can access in the Market Explorer. And we're going to continue to add scans in Market Explorer that we cannot configure in the traditional TI Pro product. But the Market Explorer can use things that don't exist in TI Pro. So thus, these are some custom scans and the list continues to grow. So if you haven't been using the Market Explorer, pull it up, see what's in there. You might like what you see. Well, it's kind of along the same lines as Market Explorer. Market Explorer is the latest custom tech that we've developed that allows us to do things outside of TI Pro. And the RBI and GBI windows are in the same vein. They were just some of the first iterations of using customization that wasn't available in TI Pro. So yeah, it's part of the premium product. where it was. We might need to kind of change that around a little bit because even with a basic subscription, you get access to the Market Explorer. Well, once we get some patterns in here for the RBI, GBI, then I can illustrate for you, Plaza, but kind of need something to look at here. So we got about another minute before the 5-minute candle closes. But RBI, red bar ignored, is what it stands for. GBI is green bar ignored. So an RBI is a bullish alert. Green bar ignore is typically when you want to go short. So it's more of a bearish. So if I just randomly, we might be able to see some just from randomly scrolling through. This is going to come close, but I don't think we have enough consecutive down candles here. That's more of a... so typically on a green bar ignored, we'd be looking for three consecutive down bars, and then looking for a green bar sandwich between two red bars. So that almost fits it. Okay, we got one pop up on the 5-minute here. So let's take a peek at Ryan. Okay, so what do we have? This isn't the prettiest one, but it does fit the bill. We got 1, 2, 3 consecutive red bars, a green bar, and then right now it's considering this a red bar. So we got the 3 consecutive red bars, a green bar sandwiched between 2 red bars, but now it's not. Now the pattern is not intact. So we would have to have this bar close. Of course, it's just a little dash right now, but this bar needs to close red for the pattern to be intact. And it's still got 4 minutes. So once this bar closes, if it's red, then we do have a true green bar ignore, meaning ignore the green bar. There might be more downside action. Wish we had more to choose from here. We might have some more pop through on the next 5-minute bar. Correct. It's like, okay, 3 consecutive reds. Uh-oh, we got some green. But then if this one turns red on the close, then it's like, well, there might be more downside action. Correct. In other words, a continuation to the downside. Okay, we got SLF popping in here. I don't know what's up with my 5-minute chart. Okay, this one's a lot prettier. See, we even got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 consecutive red bars. Had the green bar here, but now we got the green sandwiched between the red, and this little guy is already starting to drip down. Now keep in mind, the pattern is intact presently, but for it to be confirmed, we need this guy to close red. But it's looking good thus far. 3 more minutes. So yeah, this is textbook right here. Consecutive down candles, got the green sandwiched between the red. How does it look on the daily? Well, looks like it wants to come kiss the 200 down here. All right, so 54.12. Not a whole lot. Might have another 25, 30 cents because when they go and they test that level, they could bounce right off of it. A lot of times they look to put in a little wick and then bounce, but looks like there might be a teensy bit more downside to SLF. Yes, and so the continuation, if we had green consecutive candles and then the red candle sandwiched between the 2 greens, got that close, confirm the pattern. continued upside in that case. Right now, we're looking at potential continued downside, even though there's not a tremendous amount of room in the SLF, because we got this area back here and also coinciding with the 200-day here. So you can think about this two ways. Do I want to short and try to make a little bit, or do I want to wait for this thing to come down? Or maybe it puts in a bottom here. You never know. This might be a good bounce play, only because of where we are in proximity to the 200 and this last area of, this area that's attempting to act as support. Just doing a little time check here. Yep, we got about 10 more minutes. All right, so we got one more, less than a minute, about 20 seconds. Looking like that bar is going to close, and that is a intact green bar ignored pattern for SLF on the 5. Let's see what purge looks like. Okay, just not near as pretty, you know. SLF, textbook, PRDS. It's there. It's just not near as pretty as SLF. Definitely got the consecutive bars leading to the green bar sandwich. So assuming this candle closes red, even though it's not quite as pretty as SLF, it still is a green bar ignore. What are you talking about there, Plaza, with the drop-down menu? Gee, thanks, Mike. APPN, yeah, it's intact. It's just not very pretty. Sear, just probably nothing I would touch with a 10-foot pole. AB started out, but this candle would need to be red, otherwise it's busted. So in the drop-down menu, Plaza, when you're referencing the 5, 15, and 30, is the only count then is in the drop-down menu. I'm not sure which drop-down menu you're referring to. Notice how the action flipped in this howl on the 10 period right here. Ruling the roost, starts getting choppy with it. You get a close below, and now we're getting a move lower. But this little guy all over my races and HPQ, which is also an AI trade today. But HPQ just not doing a whole lot. Ah, okay, you were talking about in that menu. I gotcha. Now you can customize these a little bit, you know, just to the tune of what you see right here. All right, last call for questions. Barry should be coming back pretty soon. And hopefully before too long, you might notice the start time for the pre-market, 3 a.m. Central Standard Time, 4 a.m. Eastern Time. So extended pre-market hours and coming soon, real-time charts. So if you notice the little green number right here, it's popping around every time the SPY ticks. Just finishing up the last testing phases, and hopefully be able to roll that out to you guys soon. Glad to help, Plaza. One hour opening range breakout. Yeah, we do have an alert for that. What we call the old orbs opening range breakout. Just pull up yield 60 minutes. And volume today. Obviously do not need these guys in there. Okay, well, the old horseshoe pattern on this one, you know, whoop. As we come back up here, break that level. Technically, an opening 1 hour breakout, just didn't really do a whole lot. If we took a peek at the history, blue would have been, well, it was looking at this as prior high. Little move, but then a retracement. So once again, fit the bill, just didn't really move a whole lot. CYTK. You know, call that a failed break as soon as it popped. It's right back down below again. So these just aren't moving a whole lot on the ones that just came through here, which I'm kind of surprised at the amount. Well, not on a down day like today. I take that back. We'd see a lot more on the breakdowns if we look, because this is all we have in place. Ah, that's it. That was my culprit. Like, I think we should see a lot more even on a down day. Okay, there we go. See, I was looking at a list instead of looking at the entire market. Yeah, here's one that continued, you know. Hey, and it's gold. Little breakout, little wiggle, but then a move higher. And what I'll say is, you know, using this alert, you're going to get a lot, you know. But then again, if you just pick out the pretty ones, I'm not saying the pretty ones always work, but, you know, the tighter the pattern, typically the higher your chances are of it continuing at least a little bit in your direction. Yeah, Plaza, the horseshoe, yeah, that's like the cup part. And then if it starts flagging up on the right, you know, then that's indicative of the cup and handle. But once again, the 60-minute opening range break is very specific, right? But then again, you can use new high. And a lot of the times you can find some decent range breaks. It just happens to be about the timing. As it's popping that new high, is it just breaking that level? Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But in the end, it doesn't matter if you're using the 60-minute opening range breakout or scanning new highs. you still have to cycle through a ton of charts to find the patterns that are indicative or, to your liking. And you usually don't like to see them expend a whole lot of energy to get to that point. All right, let me just touch base with Barry. Make sure I don't screw anything up here. We're using new software. This is my second time to use it, but it's pretty simple.
James, I'm here. James. I think he might have already exited.
Yep, want to thank all you guys for your questions today.
Jamie, can you not hear me?
Always a pleasure.
All right, guys, I think I'm back in the YouTube room. I don't think Jamie could hear me. I was talking to him. I don't think he could hear me. Interesting. No, I don't think he did because he didn't say yes. Anyway, I'm back in. I think he's going to have to mute himself now, though. Give me a moment.
Okay, looks like Barry is back.
I am back, Jamie. I don't know if you can hear me.
Does Barry know he's back?
Fun and games with the software. All right, guys, I know you can hear me in YouTube. I know you can hear me, so. All right, guys, so wow, so it's a good thing I got distracted because I may have hopped in on that trade. I was going to wait just a little bit to see how well it held over that high, and look at that. That is why I keep saying, if you've taken that trade and then said, you know what, I'm going to whip downstairs, what can happen in 10 seconds? That's what can happen in 10 seconds. It can go from 890 down to 850 in 10 seconds. So don't leave your computer if you're in a low float stock, ever. All right, guys, we're just trying to figure out why Jamie didn't hear me. Anyway, I'm actually in a short here that hasn't done squat. I'm in a short IVDA. I mentioned it just before I went on my break. IVDA, it really hasn't done anything. I thought maybe it would start to move down. I mean, listen, 4 days ago, this was a 65 cent stock that popped all the way up that day to 379. So I'm in this short right around 247. It just hasn't moved. Yeah, just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers or SBFM. I'd be, maybe it is a moneymaker. It's all about timing, of course. So when you say not coming through, what do you mean by that, blue collar? You're talking about in YouTube? They can hear, well, some people can hear me, so. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, that Vapo, I thought Rad was the good one. Ultimately, it was Vapo, VAPO, ultimately. I mean, the only difference, once it started to move down, right here, Had a slight pause here at 9, that classic hold up at the whole number. And then when it broke down through the whole number. Now this is, only 3.5% above the all-time low. No, you guys can hear me here. We're not talking, I'm talking, but there's a YouTube room. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You guys can hear me on YouTube. I think Jamie had something on mute. That's all. Now let's take a look at, okay, some bounce plays from Zach. And now that the market is starting to peel up a little bit, keep an eye on ATUS. The first alert came at 1163, the next one at 1151. If the market continues like this, and this meaning this green candle, we may have a little bounce in ATUS. So keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, the first alert, and this is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about from Zach Scan. So again, the way I'd be playing these, 1163 was the first alert. Then we had another one at 1151. Again, these are potential bounces. Obviously, it did not bounce from 1163. 1151, it's at 1147 now. What I'm going to do, see, what I'd love to be able to do is just stick an alert at 1163. I mean, I know I can do it and see what happens from there. And see if it moves up. I mean, it doesn't have a ton of room, maybe to 12. I mean, look at the 15-minute chart. It looks like there's a lot of resistance around 12. But if somehow we get in around 1163 and it moves anywhere close to 12, that would be a good trade. Chewy. GGR. This is the one that turned into GGR 2 days ago. This was the SPAC. This is what it became. GGR. I'm looking at another bounce play. All right, now here's a topping play from Zach. Okay, the alert happened at 1734, and then at 1739. That's so it's still within reason. It hasn't moved that much off that original alert. And looking left, 1757. Yeah, 1757 is the next high looking left. So that could stall it. So let's keep an eye on this one. Potential short coming up for BCRX. And, if we got, the fantasy level would be just underneath 17. There is a support around 17. Looks like support around 17. So, that wouldn't be bad. Going from 40 down to 17, 40 cents down to 17. Boy, what happened to Vapo? I remember because Ivy did not have, I mean, it's a downgrade by Piper Sandler to $8. All right. I mean, that's the only thing I can see. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can see. We saw this. The stock was around 9. I thought, okay, I mean, going down to 8 from 9, obviously excellent. But, had they said 6, I probably would have been more interested. Yeah, I mean, William, you made a nice one here at 11:48. I know you're out of it now. You take your little acorn and take off. I get it. All right, so VCRX is just kind of resting here. Is this it? Is this it? Yeah, so I did see this one. I mean, obviously incredibly awesome if you could have got shorts for this BWV. No shorts available interactive brokers, but $20 down to 15. But again, no shorts available at interactive brokers. So this little window here has produced supremely today. They're not all going to be rocket ships, but man, oh man, with the rat and the Vapo, even the Levi, I think for a while, down to 18, and then this one, of course, a $5 drop if you had shorts available. Unfortunately, I did not have any. Whoa. Mookie. I love when somebody just puts my name in and that's it. So Vapo, yeah, so just a downgrade by Cowan to or Piper Sandler to $8. But you know what? The last downgrade they did was for Beyond Meat that I remember. I mean, they've probably done some in the interim. Now, again, when they put these downgrades, I mean, I know they don't mean it's going to happen the day of. They downgraded Beyond Meat to 29, and I believe this was the day, and then it just kind of popped up a little bit. Now maybe it's starting to fall. Maybe that downgrade is going to take an effect. How do I get that little dock window with the goods in it? You mean how do you create a docked window? Is that the question? Is that the question, Mookie? Like how to create a dock window? Or are you talking about this one? Are you talking about this one? Like how to get it? Yeah, okay, yes. Okay. Your luck. I actually have it as a shared scan in the doc format. So all you have to do is go to my homepage. Go to my homepage. Okay, click on my link. Go to the scan section. Click here. And where are you? Ooh, it is not in doc format. It's all right. Individual. It's in individual format. Okay, so there's a 10-day daily breakout. So yeah, but you know how to create a doc? I mean, you can just load these. You know what I'll do for you, just for you? I will actually share this with you, okay, in this format. But don't tell anybody else. So just give me a moment. Now, hopefully, you know, I saved these into the cloud. Now, I don't know if I've made any adjustments since I did this. So it's the 10-day daily breakout, no charts. Where are you? No, here we go. So I cannot guarantee it will have exactly the same filters that I have. That's the only thing. Because I can't remember when I saved this last. Maybe, you know, what I'm trying to say is maybe since I saved this, maybe I made some modifications. I don't think so, though. I don't think I've modified it. Good grief, Vapo. My. All right, guys, I'm really looking at this BCRX now for a potential short. BCRX is getting closer to that, getting closer to this high right there, 1770. Let's see if that stalls it. If not, you know, just forget about it for a while anyway. Give me a moment. All right, guys, I have a scoop. Okay, we got a new promo code for 20% off. All right, guys, BCRX starting to work. Starting to work. The flyer up here at it, looking at that high over here, whatever it was, 1770. What did it get to? It got up to 1765. So, and that'll be my stop. So let's see if this has any sort of, I mean, down here, I mean, that would be, if it could reach the bottom of that 15-minute candle, that'd be awesome. I like those numbers. I like those numbers, real. Okay, guys, so we do have a promo code. So forget my lousy 15%. This is an Easter promo code. Okay, so the promo code, I'm just typing this into the YouTube room is Easter 20, okay? Use that instead of Barry for Alpha, of course. And you want 20% off? There's your code, okay? Easter 20 instead of. Come on. So again, yeah, instead of this, oh my goodness. See, I can't do this. I have to ask somebody at Trade Ideas to do it. I asked him about, I don't know, 30, 40 seconds ago, and it's already done. Thank you, Rudy. Okay, guys, so there it is, Easter 20, okay? There's your promo code, 20% off now. Meanwhile, something was just, oh man, Vapo. That's what was, what time is it? 1:19, yeah, so this is what I'm saying, keep getting this alert. This is the repeating version, all right? So this is why this is cool. You look at the very first time in this scan where Vapo was alerted, 9:57, these are Eastern time, of course. 960 was the price. 832 now. I mean, this is even, well, this is way better than RAD. Hmm. Okay, I lost you guys. Where are you? There you are. There you guys are. Okay. I've got so many things going on, and I just didn't see where I had minimized you. All right. 20% off, Poe. Nice try. 20% off. Nice try. Okay. I'm just looking to see anything on my thumbnail charts, anything interesting. The BCTX, BCRX, sorry, BCRX. I'm just waiting to see if it has a big collapse. So far, nothing earth shattering. Still positive on it, but looking for it to go down to as low as it can go, maybe to that 1720s. It may not do it. So what will get me out is if it gets back up to where I shorted it, which is right up in this area here. So this could be turning into a red bar ignored. So just got to be aware of that. Lots of shares available, also 2.2 million at Interactive Brokers. So for the short, for the BCRX. All right, guys, as usual, GME is making another attempt to get back to that 150. So we've got this move down. We had that nice big pop up, a little bit of a pullback, and now this looks like it is trying to be strong again. Who knows? Maybe takes out that 150. It will not die. Dying to me means 100 and under. And we got there, but remember how incredible this is. A low of 75 up to $200 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days. I mean, that's incredible. So again, every time we write this off, it comes back at you. Yeah, you know what else is drifting up is SBFM again. It's drifting up. Yeah, the ICVX, I mean, what's the volume right now? The ICVX, this was not meant as a day trade. If I had taken this, I mean, it's 352,000 shares. That represents 2.5 times, normal. So it doesn't trade very much. But, listen, the longer it holds 8, I mean, we're above that high right here at 789, and just look left. I mean, that's the attraction of something like this. Now, always remembering the reason why it dropped it. I mean, it's still in place. It's not like all of a sudden, a miracle happened and never mind. I mean, it's still in place. Why this dropped? It was an earnings play. Well, that MNTS, I mean, it may break out again, but boy, is it a little bit, it's a choppy little thing. Look at this. Look at these little topping tails and bottoming tails. But holding, I mean, that's at 450 mark. I always think that the 50-cent level for the stocks under 5, almost as psychological as the dollar levels for all stocks, the whole numbers for all stocks. So we'll see. I mean, it did get up to 470. It has some, the interesting news, some kind of a deal with SpaceX. Put Elon in the press release, SpaceX, and this is what can happen. You can go up 50%. Yeah, there's the SPY. Yes, we are almost green, at least almost green. It's down a couple of points. So hey, yeah, I mean, this market may turn around today. And then the last 2 days will be all forgotten. To be a successful trader, you really have to have short memories. Well, a successful intraday trader anyway. You and me both, real. for the SBFM. You never know, perfect. You can always send that to info@trade-ideas.com and see what sort of a response you get. And as usual, there's an emoji for everything. All right, you're making me look at Tilray. TLRY. Okay, well, I was expecting a big wow, some massive move. I mean, I see what you're looking at. But this is not. I mean, okay, if you think that's a wow, fine. I thought I was going to see some giant green candle. Again, earnings on the 6th, right? We had this earnings play right here, or actually it was here, I think. No, I'm wrong. That's a daily chart. What day was that? Pre-market on the 6th. So what day was that? Oh, it was yesterday. So I had a little pop yesterday, just could not hold it. I just have no faith in these cannabis plays, like literally zero faith. All right, guys, I bumped myself out of the BCRX. Basically flat. I'll take a look at it later, see if it has another little move down, but I'm out of the BCRX. Whoa, look at this one. This is showing up on Zach Scan. MRVI. Wow, MRVI. Something's happening here. Traders are circulating Betaville M&A merger and acquisition rumors. Okay, so that is what's happening with this MRVI. I'm sure William is going to try to hammer that one down. Always got to be careful about these things, though. You know, I mean, sure, it's a rumor. So if you took it right here, you'd probably want to put a stop right at the top here, so you give yourself enough room. So you'd be putting at about a 60-odd cent stop if you took it right here on a short. But if it took out that high there, you better be long gone. Yippee! How's that, guys? See how that worked? I'm sure, William, tell me you took that one. Tell me you took that one. I'm talking about the MRVI. I haven't done one like this in a long, long time. But it looked, you know, I mean, you put a 60 cent or 50 cent stop on it approximately, And with the expectation that you could get from 36 down to 34.50, I'm not, not the expectation, but a possibility. Please tell me, William, you took that one. How did I almost scare you out? I don't want to do that. Well, that was an awesome one. Again, I can't tell anybody to take a trade. All I said was, you know what? This is really good at, if you take it right here at 36, you put a stop up here, approximately 50 cents away. So you have to have an expectation, a reasonable expectation of making, say, $1 on the trade, and it literally got down there, but it could have come all the way back down here. So the risk reward was there. Now you don't have to wait. I have not waited, to make sure I got a 1 for 2. Wow. I know if Zach were here, he'd have taken that one. I know it. There you are. Okay, Zach. Hey, listen, I don't know what happened. You've been here all day? Okay. Okay. I sent you an email. People were worried. I was worried. Oh, look at this. Man, is this awesome. I don't normally do that. Well, first of all, it's out of the price range I normally take, but I don't normally do that. But well, if you've been here all day, tell me you shorted at least one of these two, RAD or VAPO, RAD or VAPO. And or you probably had shorts available for BWV, right? You probably had shorts. I know, did it show up in your topping scan? No, it didn't show up in the topping scan, but it showed up here. Feel the love? Do you feel that love, Zach? Yeah, and listen, Zach, I mean, you obviously trade the way you want to. I mean, I thought something had happened. Of course, if you would just want to be in the room and do nothing, that's absolutely fine. Of course it is. No pressure to, I was just wondering, sometimes, we lose people and we don't know why. Meanwhile, well, that BWV, yeah, no shorts available for me. Yeah, a little bit of a tough one anyway at the spread, but wow, what a short. Was there, so that's right. This was an IPO back here a couple of months ago that got all the way up to 93. Believe it or not, though, I think this is where it opened, maybe, I don't know, maybe 50. This still, well, maybe not now. Yeah, this is still, because I'm looking at a headline saying the stock has plunged 67%, so, it's a little bit earlier. Now it's 75%. That's still double the IPO price. All right, why do I have, oops, an alert for Neo here? I think it was, so look at Neo, guys. It's a little bit like the ICVX, okay, in terms of the gap potential fill. Almost the same number of days, too. Because there's the high right there at 1325. So, I mean, and look at the ICVX. It's been pretty whippy today, but this is what I'm looking at. Okay, I mean, it's not quite the same, but there's a big gap down, and then you look left and you've got a nice huge void. So the only thing I'm in now is this silly little one, IVDA. I'm in at 247 or 240, yeah, 247, 246, I guess, 240, no, 247. I got a good fill. But I'm just looking at this, see if it keeps moving down. I can't remember where I saw this one or what scan picked this up. I just can't remember. I'm not in this one. I just, pointing this out that this is, one of those ones where, it is a bio, but hopefully the worst is behind it in terms of an earnings play. And, because I know people are looking also for potential swing trades. Swinging in this environment, I mean, I don't know, but, for me, it's a matter of looking to see how much it can run before it hits. So, I mean, if you take something like this on a swing, your stop is going to be a lot longer or wider. I mean, you could literally have to have a stop around 630 or so, if you got in around that 8 level. But, so what would that be? That would be, let's just say you got in at 8 and you had a stop at 630, so that's $1.70. You have to have a reasonable expectation of making 340 on this trade. 2 to 1. So 8 plus 340, that's 1140. You look left, 1209. So a reasonable, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen, but at least you don't have to worry about sharp resistance. Shoot, look at the BCRX now. Well, Zach, I can promise you, unless you became insane or something, you'll never get kicked out of here. Okay. There's no jealousy. I have no problem. I mean, anybody who can help in the room is awesome. Okay, that's why I have no problem. I have no ego. I didn't call this Barry's Bouncers and Toppers and try to claim it my own. It's Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. It's that simple. I got one. I've got the cross from Shady. I mean, listen, it's all about the room working together as a unit. I know it sounds corny, but playing enough football, that's in hockey. That's what it's all about. This one was in the pre-market, EYRP. I haven't seen, oh, okay, see, look at this. This is another bio. Do I have the news on it? Phase two positive, who cares? This is the one, in fact, it was not shortable. And I don't think it was shortable. Yeah, it was not shortable because I always like to see these little ones that release either, excuse me, phase one or phase two data in the pre-market. They have this pop and then they just fizzle. Now, some of course don't, but when I looked, there were no shares available. I see, and I can see right now there's like 10,000 at IB. So they must have been all snapped up. Now there's some short covering happening, not much, but this is I mean, look at this underneath here. Yeah, so maybe that'll hold it, this 137 mark, maybe. Oh, you're full of them, aren't you, William? Yeah, down the road, I should no, no, it's just so far on the back burner that, I'll be honest, the powers that be don't really care. Okay, it's that simple. I mean, they care eventually to put back the insider tab, but the way it was before was not good because it wasn't real time. Okay, so even though it looked okay, it still wasn't good. So that's why they removed it. And there's just other things that they're on the go. So it's just way down on the list. The question was any update on the insider tab? Well, I'm not in this anymore, but this still looks like another leg down here. MRVI. I mean, if it takes out 3480, I probably won't do it, but if it takes it out, it's got some room down to 3440. But just, it meets, if you think, 3480 takes that out, again, there's some support around 3450. It's just not enough for me. But some of you, like William, you're looking at just making a little bit on a trade, so I guess that'd be okay. What scans are you talking about, Frank? Well, I thought it wasn't a scan. It was like having a news. It was an insider. It wasn't a scan. It was an insider tab, so you could see, what the insiders were doing. So what it wasn't a anything you could save. Not a scan. Oh, okay, Zach. No, okay. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Today is Thursday. Boy, the weeks just go by. Today is Thursday. So it is marketing meeting day at 2 o'clock. So at 2 o'clock, I'll be putting myself on mute, attending the marketing meeting, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. That's because you got out for about a 20-cent gain, probably, right, William? Which is okay. Ooh. I just find this SST just, for me, it's just too erratic. You'd have to put pretty wide stops on it. All right, guys. So GME actually stalled. I thought it might touch 150, but not yet anyway. Aha! Go! Ah, shoot. It went down to 235 and popped right back up. This is the one I'm short in. Let's see if this continues down here. Excuse me. Yeah, maybe all she wrote for SBFM. Though, you get these bottoming tails. I mean, these bottoming tails, again, the sellers have been trying to knock it down. Like real, I've got an alert set up here around that 880 mark. And let's see what happens if it gets up there, because it could just explode again. Yeah, I sure wouldn't be swinging it. Not with that float, not with the way it's come off 220 not that long ago. Ripe, absolutely ripe for a financing. Well, I was thinking of getting in that BCRX short again. It just doesn't really want to have the big drop yet anyway. I was thinking about right around here, around that 40, 46 mark. But guys, IBDA is turning into be a nice, nice little trade for me. Now I've got to figure out where I saw it first. I think it came in here. I created just a simple top list with the biggest losers, and this is one with the biggest gainers. Just a simple top list, just so when times were, I wasn't getting too many alerts, I could kind of glance. And it's a simple top list. I think I did this last night. I mean, it's super simple. Yeah, actually, the change from the open, so 2 and 35, current volumes 2, and volumes at least 300,000 shares. So, and what I did is I sorted on the day's range, and I wanted to see the ones right at the bottom. I mean, believe me, it's nothing. Sometimes though, the simplest things can really, light up a very interesting trade. So on the flip side, here's GFL. All right, guys, so I'll be in this marketing meeting in about 4 minutes. So I'm just watching this one to see how much further this can go down. This is classic, guys. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I was in this for 2 hours before it had any sort of a move. So I never exit a trade out of boredom, ever. As long if I'm up it. I mean, I was up a couple of pennies, so I mean, it's not. But if I'm up something and it's just doing nothing, I will not exit that trade because you never know. Well, look at the volume that came into Neo. Boy, when it took out that high here, 1325. Wow. I mean, that was. I didn't take it. I did not take this trade. Thought about it, but did not take the trade. Now, you know what else has really fallen now, guys? I don't think I have shorts for this one. MNTS, MNTS, MNTS. Yeah, there were no shorts available for me. So this looks like a pretty decent break now. If you've got shorts, if you've got shorts available, you know, it may get held up at this 419 mark, right where it is. But otherwise, I mean, that's a pretty good break out of consolidation, I think. But it may get hung up here anyway. All right, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute, get the announcement in. All right, guys, sorry about that. Long meeting. And just in time for me to shut it down. Not quite. Of course, I'm going to keep the room open until 3:30, the main room open until 3:30. And I'll put myself on mute. I am here, so if you have any questions, you can certainly ask away. I'll hop on the mic if I have to. Okay, so the room will be open until 3:30. The ALLG guys, that's my little pet. I don't know why, but it's my little pet one to keep watching. Just absolutely exploded here on some decent volume. So again, why am I interested? Because traders look at this. You know, it's not that long ago. We're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days ago. This stock hit $28 or 28.60 or so. So that's what traders look at. And I'm going to put actually, I don't have to do that now. If you go to my homepage, we do have that promo code now. It's Easter. You'll see it if you go to my homepage. I'm just going to briefly talk about my homepage before I do not shut it down, but get on mute myself. All right, so you go to my homepage, a new promo code right here, Easter 20 for 20% off, okay? 20% off. Uh, get started. Let's get started. Trade ideas. If you're just starting out with trade ideas, please look at this. It's about a 30-minute long video, all segmented. So please do that. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do my stock of the day video at noon Eastern. Lots of education here. And if you want my scans, here they are. Okay. So with that in mind, I shall put myself on mute. And again, if I have to, I'll hop on the mic again. I mean, it's really, I mean, that was just exceptionally good. I mean, I don't know what it's going to do from here. And, you've got to trade it. But just before it did all this, remember what I was saying? All traders are looking at is this. They're looking at what happened on the 29th of March, and they're seeing that it got up to $29, 28 something. And they're thinking, could it do anything remotely like that? It doesn't have to get up to, hey, listen, it gets up to 15, 16, 17 from the 13 area. I mean, that's still a great, great trade. But now I've said this before. I don't know about that float. Now that float seems pretty low for a stock to be moving that quickly. Yeah, thank goodness. No shorts for you. Depends where you wanted to get it. Let me just chew. I know I've checked this before, but I just want to check FinViz again just to see what they have for a float. Where are you? There you are. Yeah, so they don't even have a float. They've got 69 million shares outstanding though. So hard to believe that's a float. I don't know. I mean, it's just so hard sometimes when you get these new guys. Yeah, it's just that the way it moves, it's hard for me to believe there are 265 million shares in the float. So that should tell you don't borrow. That should be telling you, right? Oh, I don't know, Michael, why it turned green right now. I really don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if any announcement came out that I really don't know. Somebody asked in our YouTube room, any idea why the market turned green? Only the algos know. Yeah, probably. Boy, I mean, look, this takes out 15. I mean, that's that next high, 1536. That's the next high. Takes out 15. I don't know where it's going. I've traded some out, guys. I mean, I'm not crazy. I'm not going to hold on to this because it can drop just like that. But it takes out 15. Then you've got 1595, and you've got all these areas. Man, if it, I know this is an EV play out of, is it the Netherlands? Yeah, EV play out of the Netherlands. So push it, push it, push it. You see, you know, all the great trades aren't necessarily in the first 15 minutes. All right, well, GME hold that 150 mark. I said it might get up to the 150. It did. That popped up. It popped through it. Not quite as big a range as we've seen. It's a $22 range on average over the last 10 days. Today's range was only 10 approximately right now, only about 10. No, there were no shorts available. BWV, no, too bad. I've seen that one before, and I don't think I shouldn't say ever, but I don't think there have been shorts available for this one. That would have been, well, I say it, freaking awesome. I mean, look at this. There was the alert right there at 2010. But you know what? I'm really, oh, look at this 1514 now. What I'm really happy with the way this produced today. With the Rad, the Vapo, Levi to a certain extent. I don't know about the Y10, but you know, this one, the BWV, if you could have found shorts, I mean, how good is that? Cut in half, 20 down to 10. And relative, I mean, for a stock like this that was at $60, I mean, relatively, well, I'm going to say easy. I mean, there weren't a lot of gyrations up and down, even on a 2-minute chart. Look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, a 2-minute chart. Not like they had, okay, people are stepping in, let's pop it up. No, not at all. You could have easily stayed in this trade almost right to now. I mean, there was no, in my opinion anyway, no huge sell signal. Just no shorts available. But tomorrow is another day, so I can't wait to see what that little window brings. And even on the long side, you know, which I don't really pay as much attention to. I mean, it produced on the long side also. This is on the 10-day daily breakout. You know, I got an email from somebody saying, "Well, how do these back test? If I back tested it, it would probably look terrible. I don't care about back testing. You know, I just want the alerts. Don't get too many of them. So I get the alert, check it out, see how it's trading. What does it look like on the chart? What does it look like? What's the market doing? You know, a quick scope, and that'll keep me out of trade some. You know, so that if you look at every single trade and back test it, yeah, but there are probably many that I wouldn't take, but I want to see them. I want to see it just to have that quick check. I know Real has been talking about SST. SST is, I mean, that's been you know, for me, it's just been too much of it, would have been too much of a challenge, depending how many shares you take. I mean, you know, I can sort of see that it's hugging the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, just a little drop there. But, you know, that means that you're looking at fairly wide swings. So you're good, you know, you're going to take fewer shares and with wider stops. If I hold any of this ALLG, I really want to see how it trades in the after hours. And look at the relative volume. This would never show up in any one of my scans because the relative volume, it's putrid because it's being skewed by what happened, these other days. So with only 430 odd thousand shares trading, but it's looking at this day here where it had what 54 million, okay? 54 million on this day. How much, what was it on this day? 5.5 million. So with only 432,000, it's especially this one. So, I mean, that's why the relative volume is so low. I mean, the overall volume isn't great. Don't get me wrong. It's not great. I don't think that, I just cannot believe that's our float or that's the float. It's just hard for me to believe it does. It moves too much for a float of 265 million, in my opinion. Meanwhile, I can see what you got. Now, this would have been awesome. I mean, I couldn't possibly have kept track of this one at the same time. See, this one from Zach's topping tail was perfect. No, maybe not perfect. Not perfect, because the first alert came at 4:38. You had to wait. You had to wait. Get another alert at 4:53 and then 4:65. I mean, if you'd put your price alert then at 4:38 right around here and waited for that, I mean, you're missing this, yes. What I'm really trying to figure out if that makes sense, just to put the price alert at the original price, and then if it falls back, as long as it's not too much. I think that was too much though. I mean, we're talking from 66 cents down to 38 cents. I mean, for a $4 stock, that's a fair amount. If it's a $50 stock, it doesn't matter. But in this particular case, hey, it would have worked. Put your price alert, and again, this is what I'm talking about, okay? We get the first alert at 4:38. This is too short, but then another one, 4:53, 4:65. It finally turned there. My whole idea is, as long as that number isn't, or that top number isn't too far away from the very first one, you could wait for it to come back to the first one and short it there. I'm just thinking that, that's almost 30 cents on a $4 stock. I mean, that's a fair amount to give up. In this case, it would have worked, but the halt on the way up. Yes, the halt on the way up. Well, I mean, every stock has its bounce at even the worst ones, and that's a good bounce. I mean, it is a good bounce, but what is it going to do now? If you look at this, the projected open could be around 12, so it's halted at 11:31. Projected open could be around 12. And this is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, I am just waiting. That's right. So Chris is not in. I have to get the link for the GoToWebinar. Where is it? Or the Zoom meeting. He's doing the Zoom stuff on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Need a link. Need a link. Yeah, I mean, there's something, there's something wrong. I mean, Finviz says 62 million shares outstanding, okay? It's impossible, our data provider, not happy with them. Here we go. Okay, guys, so I'm putting in this. If you're new, this is more for new people. Doesn't mean you can't show up if you're a grizzled veteran, but this is geared more for new people, okay? These Zoom meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay, so I just popped those into the so I just popped it into. Oh, okay, I can pin that. All right, guys, that's it. That is it. You've got your Zoom meeting. You've got your Zoom link, and I'm going to shut the rooms down now. Tank, you are welcome. Okay, let me get to, there we go. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all the help today, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Have a great evening, and we will see you then. Bye-bye.